I should be... Okay. Alright, cool. Let's get the background music playing. Wait, why isn't the thing open away? Give me a moment.
Target eliminated.
Alright, where is the music? Alright, there should be the music now. Wait, what the hell?
Awaiting command.
Oh yeah, I need to get my ult logged in. Hi Zedmeister. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. That was also from, another thing that was cut out of a stream before. Which I've been doing a bunch lately. I do want to do more, like, cut out more stuff like that. And we upload them. I don't know if, like, long term we should keep them there or should put them elsewhere, but... yeah. No news of reboot, no. I mean, it's still alive, man. Unstoppable. Oh, true. Unstoppable EM blade and the thingy. That's right. We got the unstoppable EM blade. EM blade best weapon confirmed, guys. It's all about the EM blade. Trust. EM blade best weapon. What gifts does John even want? Collectible decorations, Vera. Oh yeah, let me log into Cloud for my ult. Alright, what's the verification code? Oh, there it is. Okay. Oh yeah. Alright, let me get logged in. It is convenient though having the cloud version there. So you don't have to have them both on the same PC. Oh yeah, the double drops and boosted everything is over now. I did log on earlier today just to take advantage of it. Like the last bit. So I don't have to do join ops. Like I have no vitality for it. Cause like, yeah. But yeah. Alright, let me invite my ult. Not my ult, my main. To a party and go to the out of bounds space. Oh yeah, we gotta do, what, weekly raid final trials still? Alright, and then we're gonna have maintenance soon. You need a badge. I see. Alright, one sec. Let me go to the indoor zone. If we're talking about gachas, it's literally just 3. It's just ToF, Snowbreak, and Infinity Nikki. Except, you know, most of the time with Snowbreak and Infinity Nikki, unless there's new shit to do or whatever I have to do, I log in for like a minute a day and then log out. And otherwise I'll play other shit off stream. I play a bunch of other stuff off stream. So like that's basically how it is for me. A lot of this stuff I just play off stream. Okay. Fair enough. I mean, if you have time, we could probably get raid done now. Right. If you have time. I don't play anything on mobile, man. I don't. I don't play anything on my phone. Well, I mean, it's dead until 5.0, man. Everything's dead until 5.0. What do you expect? That depends. That depends. But I do play a bunch of other stuff off stream. I also use my Steam Deck. I have not, like, I don't pay attention to a lot of this stuff, like I said before. Unless I'm looking up new stuff or, like, doing shit on stream, I don't bother looking into or paying attention to any of the crap that goes on in the gacha space. Because, honestly, I know the irony, I don't exactly find it interesting or whatever to look at gacha content. I know the irony there, but yeah. What is the weekly rate anyways? Okay, it's ball raid. Ball raid means altered. Okay. Fuck no. The fucking Switch 2 is just dumb, man. Nintendo is extremely out to lunch on that. Who's underleveled? What the fuck? Why can't they do it? The fuck? Is it bugged? Is the raid bugged? Alright, we'll do challenge. We'll do final trial first. So yeah, they basically now have decided to part ways publicly. Of course, that's all he does. It's like $800 after tax. $800. $800. No, that's for the console. The Switch 2 will be $800. Oh, to put things into perspective, that's more expensive than what my Steam Deck cost me when I bought it when it was brand new 3 years ago. My Steam Deck 3 years ago, before price drops and everything, was cheaper. Like, to put things into perspective. Because, like, when I got my Steam Deck back then, I got the 256GB model Steam Deck, right? When it was brand new, before price drops or whatever. Because it's cheaper now to get that. And after taxes, it was barely $700 when I bought my Steam Deck 3 years ago. Fucking hell, I hate eating this slow here. But like, yeah. It's ridiculous. And oh yeah, don't worry, the games, after taxes, it's like $130 or $145. Depending if they're physical or digital. For the Switch 2. Like, what the fuck? And like, here's the thing, man. Realistically, at best, if I even buy a game that in a year, because I literally haven't bought shit for my Switch since Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. That was the last game I bought on the Switch, right? So like, even assuming I buy something on there, right? The amount of playtime I give my Switch in a given year for the past 3 years is like maybe 5 days, and then like last year 0 days. Because unless they have something I actually want to play on there, the reality is I don't use it at all. Like, that's the reality. Like, that is the reality. And like, the thing is, it's like, honestly, I'll probably just play Legend ZA on an emulator or something. I'll probably just play it on an emulator, fuck it. And if I care enough to play Pokemon competitively, I can do that on my phone. Yeah, I don't know what's up with those people. They're weird and delusional. They did it on accident because they... Yeah, I don't know, man. Oh, fucking hell. These are useless. Right here, you see living proof that gacha gamers are fucking retarded. You understand that those players, because they're player, former Genshin player, and they haven't played any other game. Except Wuwa's storytelling is even worse. If you thought Genshin's was bad, Wuwa's is even worse. Literally, like, the only thing they got is higher production values in their cutscenes. That's all they have. But the actual story is dog shit. So the only thing they say is, the only thing they keep propping up is the stupid cutscenes. Is raid broken? Like, is weekly raid broken? Wait, does this work? I think we have to do heroic and then challenge. Okay. Did they actually like import it? You have to manually set this thing? That's kind of dumb. Alright. SCE increase? What do you mean? Supercomputing is not increased. It was not increased on the test server. I don't think we're gonna get it at all. We're probably just never gonna get the supercomputing increase. Like, I get the feeling we're just never gonna get the supercomputing increase. Oh god, this is not gonna go well. This shit's tanky as hell. I forgot to turn off damage numbers. But yeah, Global's not getting it. If you were wondering. Alright, it's ball lineup time. Surely people are competent enough for this. Oh fuck, I messed up. I accidentally jump canceled the skill. Oh. Damn. And I'm dead. God damn it. I'm gonna turn off damage numbers because I can't see shit with them on. Off goes the damage numbers. But you can't switch weapons inside of a raid anymore. What the fuck? Nintendo Trios live streams, people going it? Well, yeah, because the price is ridiculous. The price is, like, actually ridiculous. That's why. Oh, my ult's dead. Well, yeah, they delayed the pre-orders because tariffs. The pricing is ridiculous either way, man. The direct on the fucking Switch 2 was so bad, the longer they kept talking for, the worse it became. It only got worse as time went on. It was so bad. It was so bad. It only got worse. The longer they kept talking for, the worse it became. Okay. Honestly, it'd be better if they just went tank. Whatever. Hi, Derico. Welcome, welcome. Oh, they passed it to my ult. Alright, let's get on in. Oh, wait, yeah. Yeah, of course it does. Because that's what they set the price to now. And then you have dumbasses trying to defend it. Which makes no sense. And then they talk about, oh, but inflation, except inflation doesn't work on everything the same. If inflation really worked the way they say it does, the hell do you explain storage prices? How the hell do you explain storage pricing, man? The only way to justify it is to spend so much money on the video game to complete story set or whatever. Even then, man. Even then. No. Not all stories are worth it. Oh, there goes that. I was basically tanking the entire thing. Because no tank. Oh, it is what it is. If you felt like spending $40 or, you know, it was reasonably worth it, okay. I mean, here's the thing, man. The amount of time you spend dealing with the content isn't the only metric you should be looking at. If I'm gonna be honest, it shouldn't be the only metric. Just because you can spend a lot of time in it doesn't mean it's worth it either. Like, if we're gonna be realistic here. You can say that, but would you say all 118 hours was really worth it? It really depends on how you look at it. Right? It's not quite that simple. Like, it's really not that simple. Oh, now we wait. The inflation is fake because prices are dictated by there's also that, but like also like here's the thing, right? Like here's the thing. We can look at what prices of like actual different things in there and seeing how they go down. Right? Like, think about it this way. Like, the weird excuse I've seen people going around was like, oh, but the SNES, if you adjust for inflation in 2025, would have been like $470. Except it wasn't $470 back then. Right? Like, they completely ignore things like purchasing power, buying power, like that type of stuff, but also the economics around it. But also the technology that they're buying. You know? Like, you go buy, let's say, like, how much did, like, a CD cost back then? But then, like, how much is, like, a fucking, SSD that's, like, you know, like, 512 gigabytes? It probably costs the same as a CD did back then. Maybe not 512, maybe, like, 240 gig, thing. But that's besides the point. It's like, you're not comparing the same exact product from then and now, right? It's the same thing. It's like, if I go and compare, let's say, when I built a computer like 10 years ago, when I was buying DDR4 RAM for like 16 gigabytes for $200. These days, I can buy 32 gigabytes of RAM for $100. A span of 10 years, I could get double the capacity for half the price. It's also double the speed too. More than double the speed. Right, that's why it's like, you can't just compare things like that. You can't just say, oh, but inflation. You're not buying the same shit back then. Right, that like you're comparing to a product from its time back then, and you're comparing it to a different product from today. They are not the same product. You shouldn't be comparing them as if they're the same. Okay. Hey, we've been doing that. Alright. Okay. Like, maybe there's some person thinks both Genshin Wu is the best thing ever. Yeah, I look at them, I'm like, no, these things are awful. Genuinely awful. Well, yeah, there's a bunch of them that do think that. Thanks for the follow as well, Renegade Wallop. Welcome, welcome. And you'd be surprised, man. You are talking about gotcha gamers here. The freaking ball gets stuck in the wall. You just need to make the flashiest cutscene ever, and then a lot of them will think it's peak. They don't actually care about the contents of it, just how flashy then, like, the bullshit is. That's all they care about and need. Again, we are talking about gacha gamers here. It's called what? Alright. Surely these guys can... What the fuck is this dumbass doing? Fucking dumbass. He didn't line it up with the boss. Again, you get to see the intelligence of gacha gamers right there. Now the boss one-shots us because the dumbass didn't line it up. You get to see the fucking dumbass, the dumbass gacha gamers in action right there. Doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo. I meant to click on raid. Are they still not loaded in? Yeah, there's still one guy still not loaded in. Just remove him. Alright, let's go on in. I mean, I need to find time to, like, actually make it. I'll probably re-upload the VOD from when I actually played Lua 2.0 sometime this week. It's just that I hate editing shit, man. Editing is pain. In a perfect world, I would have an editor do it for me. Because I don't like editing. I'm so behind on videos I wanted to make for a while. The fuck? Fine, I'm gonna control my ult. So my ult is on the cloud version. Which has a bit of extra latency in here. Yeah, because it's on cloud. It is laggier for it trying to do the cancels properly. I should have switched my pet to the dragon. Yeah, because here's the thing, man. Doing all that shit sucks. But like, again, like I would have to pay them. Which, you know, if I was to get one. Not exactly the most... The fuck? Why did he go behind the boss? You could just go behind it to the other side. It's not like you can't see the ball coming. Yeah, cause like, just give up the other shit. Oh yeah, let me put on a dragon one. But like, yeah. Alright, let's try again. It'd be nice if we had people to like delete the HP and execute it at the end. Because the faster you kill it, the easier it is. Okay. Why are they fucking using Yanawol? Well, yeah, it's a drop in the bucket, exactly. Alright, come on, we gotta kill the boss. The damage difference, man. The fuck is this person doing? Fucking dumbasses. They can't just line it up and go behind the boss so they don't get hurt? Oh great, now I'm stuck inside. Alright. I mean, but like, yeah, you get to see the intelligence of gacha gamers in full force right there. The true intelligence of gacha gamers right there. Right, you get to see it firsthand there. Okay, I still need to do my dailies. Don't bother. Where are my other dailies here? Just Mex and Rift drones? How about my ult? Fuck, I need medium aberrance. Is it the almost maintenance? Oh, great. One sec. Alright, what is this? Okay, I need double L6s and Rift drones. Let me finish my dailies first. Let me go warp over. God, I gotta do all my dailies. Again, we're talking about fucking gacha gamers here, man. They're not exactly the most intelligent people. Right, we're talking about gacha gamers. Did you actually expect any of them to have any form of intelligence? Alright, my ult needs to get a WL6. Alright, let me go find a WL6. Alright, let's see. Alright, there we go. Surely now they're intelligent enough. They've repeated the mechanics a bunch of times. Oh fuck, I forgot to switch my relic. Rip. And I'm still tanking, even though I'm not a fucking tank. Because of course I am. Why can't they just go around the boss so we can get the boss so I get shocked? You can clearly see all the idiots in here, man. They actually just straight up can't do mechanics. Like, oh wow, is this hard? Line up the boss so the ball hits the boss. Right, amazing. Boss takes a bunch of damage if you do that. Obviously, you don't want to get crushed behind underneath it. We gotta destroy these things. God damn it. The freaking thing pops up to destroy. People aren't breaking them. Actually, please, destroy them. And then you have to shock him to stop him. Right, we need him to hit the things here. Oh great, we didn't get the shock thing enough. There we go, finally! Yeah, it's soon. Alright, the raid was pain because gacha gamers are fucking retarded. Oh fuck, my ult crashed. Alright, I thought a thing disconnected. God fucking damn it. Okay, I have to redo it with my ult at some point later in the week. Oh, the sensor thing? That's a toggle though. It's just reversed because people are fucking stupid. The sensor thing's a toggle, no? It's just reversed. This is a problem. Yeah, like you get to see just how fucking stupid gacha gamers are. The dumbest gamers in all of gaming. Talking about fucking gacha gamers. They have no intelligence. No, it's not gonna be like that for global. You have to open the file to censor it. What's actually happening is the file is reversed for global. On CN, it's censored by default. On global, it's the opposite. You change the value instead to the other one. It's reversed. No, the reason why it's censored on CN is because CCP made them censor it. That's why. Right? It's like reversed. But again, Gacha gamers changed how the thing is perceived because they're fucking retarded. But it's okay. Gacha gamers already don't need to have sex. They get fucked always. They get fucked all the time. Right? That's the reality. They don't need it anyways. Alright, we got our upgrade drive things there. Alright, we can close that. We'll go do my snow break shit right now. Let's do snow break shit now. Hey, that's why I'm like, sometimes the listening stuff is ridiculous. Wait, where's that clip again? About them listening? Let me see if I can find it. Oh yeah, I found it. Ah yes, it's this thing. The Onion News.
Consumers are lining up today to be the first to purchase Sony's brand new stupid piece of shit that doesn't do the goddamn thing it's fucking supposed to. Onion News Network Tech Trends reporter Jeff Tate has more.
Thanks, Brandon. It's being called the biggest fucking waste of your hard-earned money to come along in years. Sony's new stupid box thing hit the shelves at crowded malls and overpriced electronics stores around the country today.
It's got a whole bunch more memory and megapixels and whatnot than any of the other TV shit that I already have. I can't wait to get home and spend my whole fucking night trying to figure the goddamn thing out.
If you can somehow claw and bite your way through the impossible-to-open packaging, this stupid piece of shit offers a wide variety of frustrating-as-hell functions, including flashing random fucking words and numbers on its display screen, not coming with the fucking little doohickey thing it's supposed to, and being goddamned ass-backward as fuck. Sony spokesman Alan Compton said the company designed this sucking fucking goddamn thing to make everyone in the modern home want to tear their fucking eyeballs out.
We listened hard to what our customers said they wanted the most out of their own home entertainment system, and then we pumped out this impossible-to-use fucking piece of shit.
Anyone mystified by the device's numerous extraneous features can scroll through the
Right, they
interactive help
listened.
menu, a labyrinthine maze of
This impossible-to-use out of their own
balls out.
We listened hard to what our customers said they wanted the most out of their own home entertainment system, and then we pumped out this impossible-to-use fucking piece of shit.
Anyone mystified by the device's numerous extraneous features can scroll through the interactive help menu, a labyrinthine maze of indecipherable topics of use to fucking no one.
We want people to be screaming in unison from houses across the country. Work, Work, you cocksucking piece of shit. What is wrong with you? Why can't you work like a normal machine?
With a $100 million nationwide campaign to plaster irritating ass advertisements for the retarded hunk of garbage every single goddamn place you look, Sony is expecting it to become the next fucking gizmo you absolutely have to fucking own if you don't want to feel like a toothless hillbilly living in some hillbilly shack somewhere.
I love bullshit like this. Basically, I'll buy any goddamn thing that I see in an ad.
The fucking piece of shit is available now. So run out and pick one up and invite all of your friends over to see if any of them can figure out this motherfucking time vampire. Unless one of them is a rocket scientist, Sony pretty much guarantees they'll have no chance. For the Onion News Network, I'm Jeff Tate.
Thanks, Jeff. Sony says they plan to release an upgraded 800 gigabyte version of this piece of shit by the end of the year, just when you figured out the goddamn remote control for this one. It never ends, this shit.
But yeah, here we go. Sony releases stupid piece of shit that doesn't fucking work. I mean, what you're looking at there is some sort of home DVR device. This thing is just some home DVR device. You plug your video stuff into there. There's a hard drive in there, and then you can record. It's a receiver that you can record stuff onto a hard drive. That's what this product is. System specifications. Make the most irritating beeping noise you've ever heard in your goddamn life. It fucks up everything else you hook it up to. Scans for receivers, whatever the fuck that means. Flashes random fucking words and numbers on the display screen. But yeah, that's what it is. Okay. Let's get through here. You can just edit that video to be something else. Then you could just go grab that video and edit it yourself. But the reality is, you can apply it to a lot of those that thing to a lot of stuff. Not coming with the stupid little doohickey it's supposed to. Kinda reminds me of, what the hell are these weapon banners in these games, man? Oh, you're telling me it doesn't come with the shit it's supposed to? And you gotta do more things to get it? Wow. Okay, we got a cave over here. I guess. I don't know. I don't know exactly the details of the whole thing. All I know is we're gonna get a free Nita. Alright, let's go over here, grab this stuff over here. Alright, we gotta do hero games. Got 4 entries here. Surely we can get people for hero games. Surely we have people at 12 a.m. for hero games. Well, we got someone. Honestly, I'm just gonna use the other. I'm gonna use Jade Arc. Yeah, back in the day you would do that. Back in the day you would also open up an Android emulator and just have it macro AFK farm everything.
It's nothing. Not a problem. Keep it tight. Nothing to be afraid of. Not enough to change anything. Doesn't happen a lot. No need to worry.
Yeah, imagine, man.
Breaking your promise again. I saw how it would end for you.
And dead. It is played out. They're making money. Just last more 1.7. Alright, let's go to the next thing. Oh, you could, but you know. Here's the thing though, some of these companies, they operate at a size that's completely unsustainable and completely nonsensical. That's the thing, man. They're like, they end up going like and operating at things at scales that just make no sense. Like, you know, Kuro has 1,500 employees for some stupid reason. They need 1,500 people. But the shit they put out definitely not fitting for 1,500 people. Picking that guy. It's ridiculous. And then you see how much they spend on marketing and stuff. They spend like all their money on marketing. They're doing things that like in an unsustainable way. I don't know why they need 1,500 people. I've seen game companies put out more in less time with 50 people. The fuck they need 1,500 people for? Unless they're all fucking incompetent. Which wouldn't be surprising, to be honest. They probably have 1,500 clones of Yandere Dev working on the game. They probably just got Yandere Dev and cloned him 1,500 times.
準備は整いました。 Nothing to be afraid of. Oh, 甘い。ここからです。
I mean, any amount that they're using is too crazy, man. For what they have, it's too much.
Nothing to be afraid of. Excellent.
Well, sure, they plan hatches ahead of time. That still isn't a good enough excuse, man. They're incredibly inefficient. That's not a good enough excuse. That is not a good enough excuse in my eyes, to be honest. Sure, they plan ahead, but what the hell do they have in their patches, man? You see what they put in their patches. Does it really matter, man? Does it really fit? I mean, you see what they actually have. No. Plan ahead all they want. The stuff they put out is not indicative of, like, their insane size. Same with Wua, man. Why they need so many employees if that's all they put out? Wait, what do you mean new endgame? They just recycle trash mobs in their stupid circle in a timer. That's their endgame. And Wu is no different. They're fucking story in them as well. They like 5x the runtime by just dumping it into like a thesaurus and finding however long, like whatever they can use to word it to make it take as long as possible. And nothing else. Yeah, they make it take a long ass time, but they say fucking nothing. For as long as it is. They spend so long talking, but then they say nothing at the same time. They say so much, but so little.
Keep it. Nothing to be afraid of. Not enough to change anything.
It's like, here's the thing, right? They're basically trying to hit weird-ass quotas that they have no business trying to hit. To artificially drive engagement and playtime. As long as possible. So they're just tossing all this shit into, like, a fucking thesaurus. And, like, wording everything as if they're making a college thesis rather than a story. With, like, how bloated everything is. It's like, nah, fuck that. But that's what they do. In the end, it's all faked perceived quality, not actual quality.
弓を引いたからには分析準備は整いました。百射百中。終わり。甘い。ここからです。Not enough to change anything.
Well, because again, gacha gamers don't give a fuck, man. They don't care about actual quality. As long as you trick them, that's all that matters. They're the easiest people to fool. Let's be real. They don't exactly, have much intelligence.
Keep it tight.
Perceived quality is all that matters. So wasting fake production values on crazy high budget cutscenes is gonna go a long way, even if whatever you put out is complete garbage. They're gonna praise it and say it's peak, even though it's complete dog shit. They only care about perceived fake value. Actual real value doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to them. Actually making a game does not matter to them. You just need to trick them into thinking you're making something. That's all that matters. And spend ungodly amounts on marketing. Because otherwise, no one's gonna bother with your piece of shit otherwise. Let's be real.
I saw how it would end for you.
Right, hi there, Vereza. Welcome, welcome. But like, let's be real, right?
ご褒美。もっと。
Alright, cool. I spent all of that. Gigalinks are done now. I got that thing there. Oh, what else is there? Oh yeah, I need to do underground purge, Jodan tunnel. Right, we gotta do that stuff. I don't think there's anything else we need here. But yeah. Oh yeah, we have this thing too. What is this? We'll do that after. Mostly story focused stuff. Okay.
このフリティア先生がついてけないことはない安心してこのフリティア先生が私の
Honestly, though, like, in the vast majority of these gacha games, man, story in them is just painful to go through. It's like actually just pure pain. With a lot of them.
安心してこのフリティア先生がついてけないことはない Should have run when you saw us. Getting killed like this? Irrational. Yep. Wow, 逃げんなちゃんとついてきてじゃないとこの魅力的な背中見失っちゃうわよやっ Anybody hurt?
Right, on to the next side. I mean, then just stop playing and then come back later.
にしっかりついていくよ
Imagine.
どうしてください
If there's nothing there, just come back later.
分析にしっかりついていくよ
Surely the game is fine enough where they'll actually let you do that reasonably.
Got the recording
Surely.
分析にしっかりついていくよどうしてください
But like, yeah, like the thing is, like with a lot of these gachas, man, I really don't give a fuck about endgame in a lot of the single player ones. Especially when most of the time they're just dog shit anyways. It ends up just being like, oh, you go do the thing as another chore to get more resources drip fed to you.
いくよ
More shit amounts of resources drip fed. Like the time and then resources required to even like set up to go clear them versus how much you get as like after the fact is pretty shit too. Like if you start looking at things from a logical and mathematical perspective, and like pretty much all of these gachas, unless it's like the end game content is like a fucking joke, where you can clear by without any effort at all, it is technically not worth your time. Even more so if you have to pull a unit to go clear it, because you're never going to get your investment back, if you want to call it an investment, which is dumb because they're not.
安心してこのフリティア先生がついてけないことはないちゃんとついてきてじゃないとこの魅力的な背中私の弾丸は怒涛よりも速いはっ安心してこのフリティア先生がついてけないことはない火力のショータイムよはっ邪魔させませんからもうがいててください Quick break everyone Are you sure on your best choice?
For me, I do not really care about endgame in these single player games. Just make a good actual game, endgame don't matter to me. Endgame is just another annoying chore in a lot of them anyways. Part of why I don't really care about them. There's, oh fuck, it's all the way over there. I also don't like resetting modes. Instead, just add more. Instead of resetting content, just add more. Right? That way people can play the older shit too. If they feel like it later. Just add more instead of resetting it and replacing.
Objective complete. Got the recording. 今回こそはぐれないからね。下がって、私が変わる。目標の排除を確認。もう一度通してください。今回こそはぐれないからね。
Alright, let's go kill the things here. Outfit these guys.
It's like they don't even calculate their odds of success. Yeah, can't really. Limits, they had two other games. Urban Library Runa, built on the world, both indie. Limits expands on it. Okay. Hey, that's because they don't have shit in the Hoyo and the Kuro games. Crap, man. They don't. Vtuber is its own crazy mess. The problem with PGR is a lot of the characters are kind of stuffed to use in practice. And like the only characters that don't feel like dog shit to use are the ones that basically remove or modify the game's own mechanics so that you don't have to deal with the tedious bullshit in them. The problem is at the same time a lot of those characters are paywalled with their kits behind having an external pet and multiple copies of the character to get that functionality with a lot of them. To like make them not feel like ass. Alright, like you know how PGR has the color matching of the stuff, right? Yeah, there's a lot of characters in PGR that have upgrades that will literally automatically force rearrange all your signal orbs so that they match for you.
And with how reliant the characters are on getting the multiple things to match in a row, it is basically extremely important. It's been like that way for a while, man. A lot of their characters will literally just automatically match it for you. If they don't do it by default, they paywall it. And some of their kits aren't even on the full base character to work properly. I remember when they had like the Malvika thingy, you had some weird girl boss trying to say, the Hoyo copied the thing from PGR, but in reality as well, they don't work the same. Oh, and the character that can ride on a bike to use an attack in PGR, guess what? You actually can't get them to ride on the bike unless you pull 3 copies of the character and then pull their pet. Oh, and you also need their weapon too. Then you can use it all together to have them ride the bike. Then you can. But they only sometimes ride the bike. Because it's in a cycle where every other time you use the special thing in there, then they'll have the animation where they go on the bike to do damage. But like, yeah, that's what the things they started doing in PGR. It was the hiding kit functionality behind a signature weapon wasn't enough. They had to start putting it behind a signature pet for the character too. Because, yeah. Oh, you mean a collection bonus? Who cares? A collection bonus? Who cares, man? How does the revive work again? Once per battle, I think it was. At the end, if a character is knocked down, they will be temporarily not dead. But they will die immediately if they don't get healed up or a shield on them. You mean that?
Situation is under control.
You know, if you're already losing, you know, it's impossible to make a mechanic around that where it's a requirement. Because they would have to force an instant death, but also give you a shield immediately at the end of the turn, so that it removes that. But the thing can only do it once per battle. So like, it's the kind of thing that doesn't really matter or make sense. Right? It's basically a cheat death mechanic, except you can only get it once per battle. But it doesn't work if you can't heal up immediately. Basically, it's like you gave them a Pokemon Focus Sash. Except it's not a Focus Sash, and it just straight up kills them if they don't actually get healed after it activates. So like, you know, it's not as useful and as practical as you might think. Right? You really can't design a game mechanic out of it. It's kind of like a thing that they put in some game kits for characters is like a flavor ability. Well, it's like a nice little cool bonus that only exists because a certain character fits the theme. Right? You can talk about that shit all you want. It's funny when they wanted to PvP over characters having movement stuff in games too. Even though they also have characters in there that have movement things too. Right? I think I heard one character has like they're gonna see the gliding thingy. They get reduced stamina consumption when you use it. There's another character with the swimming thing. If you're ever swimming around, you know, that's an extra bonus for exploration for having them. Or what was that one with, I think Shorekeeper or whatever had something too? That was like a really crappy ripoff of what the Alice Butterfly thing. Alright, it's like they got them too. What the fuck is their weird double standards half-assed PvPing? The fuck is up with them? And then again, it's not like either game is built around those movement things. But then again, they don't have any level design at all in their game. So who fucking cares? Right, imagine, oh, I got this flying mechanic. But then it's like, okay, let me just go skip from point A to point B in a straight line. Like, here's the thing. Right? Like, there's no level design around any of the movement stuff. So it's not like it's a requirement at all. At the same time, in practice, you're only using it as a skip button. Or a fast forward button, if you want to look at it that way. Because going through the world in a lot of these gachas is shit. So you want to go through them faster. Because you'd rather not be dealing with it at all. But no one is going to admit that. Instead, they're gonna go fight over each other about their stupid predatory game. Alright, let's see. Do I want anything here? Yeah, I'll grab these. I'm just talking about the subject that you guys are bringing up, man. I'm talking about why it's fucking stupid. Alright, we got all of those things. Don't need anything there. Now here's the thing, man. Games have been doing these types of passes for forever. I've seen games before where they put it behind costumes. So if you want to have all the max passives, you'd have to buy every fucking costume too. I've seen that stuff before. I've seen stuff for having collection bonus on having multiple characters and just having them for like a stat increase or whatever. Yeah, these companies are not your friend, imagine. Sure he did. Or rather, it's not him who quit, it's his account manager who quit. Let's be real. He doesn't play it in the first place. He has an account manager. Let's be real. Okay, he didn't quit, his account manager did. So what if he uninstalled? Guess what? It don't matter. If he wants to install it again, he can do it in like 5 minutes. 5-10 minutes or whatever. I'm assuming he has the internet's bandwidth to do it in like 5-10 minutes. Right? He could be doing it all for show as well. Again, you look at what he does there. The thing is, he also just doesn't play it. Because he has an account manager. Why the fuck would he do it? When he has someone else to do it for him? Because a lot of the shit in these games is awful. It's just awful chores, man. If you can get someone else to do it all for you, why not? He has someone else to do it for him. That's the other thing we're also forgetting here. As if he's doing it, man. He has someone else. I mean, he wasn't gonna stream it anyways, man. At least he gets to farm his a little bit of drama now. It's not like he was gonna do it anyways. Let's be real. He can say what he wants, but let's be real. What's the one I want? I'm using my other support here. Yeah, I'll just put Etchel here. Yeah, I mean, what else would does he do?
Doesn't happen a lot. No need to worry. Remembered everything so clearly.
How many times has he done that song and dance before? Yep. Again, he doesn't actually play the fucking thing. Of course not. Why would he? He has account managers. They can do all the bullshit for him.
Situation is under control. It's nothing. Not a problem. I saw how it would end for you.
That's probably the only thing he actually played, man. That's probably the only thing, man. And then, like, here's the thing, it's also not surprising news. Like, the thing is, he's even admitted that he's done it, that he has account managers. Same with his friends. They've all admitted to having someone else do all the bullshit for them. Because the reality is 99% of your playtime in a lot of these games, you're not actually playing the game. You're basically just working a fucking job. That's just drip fed to you at like 10-minute portions a day. To work your Pepega job, so to speak, if you want to look at it that way. Oh, all this shit isn't even all available yet. God damn it.
Another happy customer.
You're gonna run out of things to play? Time to go play something else. I already done those things. I guess we have this, but I feel like it's better if I just save that. Save this for another day. All I can say is the production values is like non-existent. And like there's something there. At least they're actually using the characters and shit. It has its own set of problems, but at least it doesn't have the same problems. Like the thing is with ToF Story, the problem there is that there's like no production value at all. That's the ToF problem.
Someone will be sad to have lost this.
They don't have the fucking Pepega exaggerated wasted time shit. Oh, I have to like destroy everything here? Okay. They have their own set of problems. It's a different type of problem though. Right, like that's the thing. Like, in a vacuum, if all you're looking at is just the story, it is a better story, but like, it's not like these stories are anything like amazing or whatever. Oh, I'm supposed to just spacebar ram into these. But I have like no stamina, what the fuck? I can't even use my skill. But yeah.
大丈夫です。これらの意識で動揺することはありません。
You sure he's actually pro-consumer, man? You sure? I'm missing the last one. Let me try again.
必ず守り抜きます。分析員のことも、自分のことも。Someone will be sad to have lost this.
Oh. Alright, cleared. You wanted C6 nothing in because the story was shit, okay? Yeah, I don't know, man. If he really was pro-consumer, he wouldn't be showing off any of these games. Let's be fucking real. If he actually was, he wouldn't be promoting any of these. Let's be fucking real, man. He wouldn't. If he actually was. Like, let's be real. Like, let's be real, man. Again, I like to have this specific thing, right?
Fucking words and numbers on its display screen, not coming with the fucking little doohickey thing it's supposed to. Little doohickey thing, not coming with the fucking display screen, not coming with the fucking little doohickey thing it's supposed to. Numbers on its display screen, not coming with the fucking little doohickey thing it's supposed to. Display screen, not coming with the fucking little doohickey thing it's supposed to. Display screen, not.
Yeah, that's why I tell you, I straight up what I get for free. Why do you think I even just straight up tell you what I actually get for free, man? I straight up tell you guys. My shit is different than yours. It's not the same. Like, where was that last thing I posted with, like, let's say with Snowbreak, for example? I literally talk about the shit that I actually just get straight up sent from time to time. Exactly. Why if, like, this is why the way I look at it instead is it okay enough for me to tolerate them? I don't have the same, I don't use the same exact words, you know, to describe them like other people. I specifically say tolerate. Do they have enough shit in there? And, like, is it done in a way where I'm willing to tolerate with them? With a lot of these, the answer is a straight up no. I am not. Alright, wiggle car race. Direction keys and return and turn. Space bar to perform a drift. Control is boost. The hell are these controls freaking thing here? These are so awkward, these controls. Alright, let's go to the next one. Kinda weird that we need to put, like, gear on this thing. The freaking thing here is like scuffed. Nah. No one gets the high ground, man. And like, here's the thing, if we go evaluate them, let's say we took away all the bullshit from them, and then you look at what's left, they're not good games, man. They're not. Oh, damn it. The thing controls, like, really weirdly. Here's the thing with Envy, man. Here's the thing. He doesn't value his time and shit like that. You see, if you've ever seen the way he does shit, he's not sane. He does not value his time or whatever either. Otherwise, he wouldn't do the shit he does. The reality is as well, the free experience in a lot of these things is awful. Let's be real. Like, let's be fucking real. Yeah, and did you ever see what the hell he was doing? The weird shit he would do and the absurd lengths he would go to? Like, again. Did you actually see what he was doing? Let's just say that, if you were to do the thing, play it the way he did, you'd be fucking insane. Like, borderline insane. In the, mentally ill kind of way. Yeah. I mean, he did a lot more than just that. He did a lot more than just that, man. You know, like, all the trash junk items, too? He would even go out of his way to collect all the trash junk items, too. Like, again, the guy was borderline mentally insane. Yep. He just kept adding fuel to the fire. Exactly. Oh, we got Balloon Blaster 1 and 2, and then we can't even do Pathfinder thing yet. How did this one go again? We were in the machine anyways.
分析員さんもちゃんと付き合ってくださいね。
Don't worry, I'm here. I was hoping we'd avoid this. I was hoping we'd avoid this. Don't worry, I'm here. I was hoping we'd avoid this.
Yeah, we got jiggle physics there.
まったくやんちゃですね。
Don't we all love jiggle physics? Alright, we have this one now, Balloon Blaster.
「分析員さんもちゃんと付き合ってくださいね。
I was hoping we'd avoid this. Don't worry, I'm here.
Oh, we have infinite ammo? God damn.
I was hoping we'd avoid this. Don't worry, I'm here.
What channel? What?
まったく
Pokemon
やん
DCG
ちゃですね。
Pocket? Oh, damn. So now he's playing Pokemon TCG Pocket. Okay. Oh, there's still one more of these. I can't do that yet. Because it's not available yet. Oh, what else here? Right, so we're done with this shit here. There's literally like nothing else to do. Oh, these have different languages. There's 2 English channels. Look at that. Look how dead World Chat is. World Chat's so dead. Go mid pick. Fuck no. Fuck no. You never became the same. Yeah, Pokemon TCG. Alright, what's this one? Ah, yes, the skill issue notice. Gotta love the classic skill issue notice. Here, let's go do some reacts. We'll go back to a different category. Fuck, we'll go into chatting. We'll go to just chatting, maybe. Oh, you know, no, we'll make the ToF category be live again. So maintenance is like live, is up right now, so if it's dead, I'll just go to just chatting. Alright, what else was I sent? I know I got some more stuff to look at. God, how far back do we gotta go? Right, I know the Switch 2 got its pre-orders delayed and crap. Cause of this thing. Right, the Switch 2 emulates all its Switch games because the things can't run there. Why the fuck is there there's a Giza Pyramids conspiracy for some reason?
Something massive beneath the Great Pyramid of Giza. Here's what they found.
Guys, do you hear that fucking bass drop? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Today we're going to be doing some a little bit of debunking, a little bit of deep diving into a topic that I've seen, for the last couple days. All right. Now you've all seen me upload videos about aliens and conspiracy theories and things like that. But I like to be somebody that goes beyond just looking at a TikTok video like this and going, whoa, this is crazy awesome. Now, I'm somebody that loves to look at that weird side of the world, okay? You know, there's parts of me that wishes every day that aliens would be real, okay? If somebody could prove to me 100% the Earth would be flat, I wouldn't even be mad, okay? I would just be like, you know what? I learned something new. Cool. But generally speaking, I try to get to the truth of every fact that is provided in the entire world of the internet. And, I'm not here to poo on anyone's parade.
I mean, part of it is you don't get the view bots. Alright, he doesn't have the Hoyo view botting anymore. Don't have the Hoyo view botting. Alright, like, here's the thing, honestly, with a lot of these, man. A lot of these things are, like, just kind of boring to watch. Like, I'm gonna be honest, right? I know the irony. I do sometimes, like, well, not just sometimes, I do a lot of the time play, like, a fucking gacha on stream, but, like, I wouldn't watch someone play them. Like, I don't find them interesting to watch, personally, and I know the irony. I am very well aware. Right, but personally, I wouldn't. I mean, there's a reason why, like, if I go look at my fucking YouTube recommendations, it looks the way it does. There's a reason why it looks the way it does. There's a reason why. Oh no, this one's funny. I saw this before. This thing was genuinely hilarious. If you remember the old Chad Warden meme from like 15 plus years ago. What's sus one? What's sus here? Where's the sus? What's sus here? So what exactly is sus here? What is sus here? The one with Knuckles? Ah, which one with Knuckles? Wait, which one? Where is it? Like that, this one doesn't look sus. Let's see. Oh, oh, it's Knuckles approving memes. Me side of memes, and he's like approved. It's the approved meme. This one, right? with baseball Mita's ass. Cappy. Yeah, Cappy. Just looking at memes and be like, approved. Approved. Now, here's a great song for you guys. Here, I got a song for you. If any of you guys know about the original Chad Warden meme from back in the day.
This one is for the one and only true love, the PS triple. Sony, you're so cool. We go down. Sony,
Just
I'm going down. Love you, and so bitches.
Have you ever seen the original Chad Warden meme? The guy just changed it to make this song. It's like distorted.
Nintendo and Xbox and the PC too. PS triple. This ain't bad. We both stress
I don't know how this is showing up in my recommendation. But I saw this before it. It's just dumb.
You got that nigga Bowser.
But yeah. It's from an old meme. The old Chad Warden meme. From back when the PS3 was relevant. Really old meme from over 15 years ago. But anyways. Yeah, like you get to see. This is what my, recommendations look like. Right? They end up looking like this. But thanks to you guys, sometimes other crap creeps in, but then it gets out later. It gets moved out of here later. Right, that's like normally what I end up seeing. Okay, anyways. Yeah, because the only time it creeps in is when I click on something on stream. Because outside of it, I do not bother looking at the crap. Alright, let's see this. The Giza Pyramid Conspiracy.
But I just want to see, are there actually underground cities in the pyramids of Giza? Now, you've probably been seeing this kind of like trend around on the internet. Like if you just looked up the words pyramids right now, for instance, you'd probably read posts like, scientists say they use new tech to find vast city beneath the pyramids. Egyptian archaeologist dispels the claims of city underneath pyramids.
Yeah.
So for anybody watching that has no idea what the pyramids of Giza are, this is the actual location. They're located in Egypt. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so you've got the pyramids right over here. You've got the Pyramid of Khafre, which is what we're going to be looking at more closely. The Pyramid of Menkaure, and again, I don't exactly recognize the name of this one, but it's certainly not the Pyramid of Giza. But just off the bat, why are there like 4 driving schools in one area? Anyways, not the point of this. Now, one of the questions that people always ask is, how did we make this? Was it aliens? Was it slavery, most likely? Was it maybe something else back in the day? What is it? Was it a super advanced alien civilization from back then? No, ladies and gentlemen, there have been a lot of people trying to assume how this is being made, and there are actual write-ups. This is from the University of Florida, for instance, where they kind of talk about, again, the building of these pyramid structures. And just to give you the quick TLDR in this, they've basically shown that with rather primitive technology available to ancient Egyptians, the construction of pyramids was quite feasible without outside help, and was accomplished with the use of only ropes, copper tools, sleds, levers, and inclined planes, and of course an almost unlimited supply of Egyptian slavery. There is no need to postulate the need for help from Atlanteans or other nonsense, such as aid from extraterrestrials. Now again, it's up to you to believe this, but from my understanding and research, the construction of the pyramids and the ambiguity around them is mostly due to the fact that there's probably a lot of ways that it could have been achieved, It's just that nobody can really identify what the exact methodology was. Remember, anthropology is a serious study of like former human civilization, or rather the study or development of human societies and cultures. Look, things that have happened thousands of years ago, we really don't have a great grasp on, right? It's really only the last 1% of our lifetime, less than that even, that we've actually really cataloged and kept hold of ourselves, right? So understanding our past is something we're still really much trying to do. It's an entire field of study. But I wanted to again assert this right here. As much as I would love for there to be ancient aliens, okay? Sometimes you have to just come back to reality land and deal with actual facts and research. Now, a couple days ago, Joe Rogan was actually showing an entire video and talking about this on his podcast. And, sometimes I'll flip on the old Joe Rogan Experience just to read about aliens and shit like that. And, when I was watching this, he kind of was, watching this with his guest, obviously. This one video that was floating around on, Twitter or whatever, right? And obviously, I wanted to, deep dive into it. And obviously, this started trending to the point where, multiple other channels were producing these videos. This is one channel, Casper site, that was focusing on this as well, looking at various amounts of people on TikTok covering this entire scenario. And again, this is an incredibly popular topic that, just basically came out of nowhere the last couple days. I mean, dude, I love TikTok. You can just go on here right now and just see a whole bunch of these underground city TikToks. So many of them have just complete AI slop thrown.
Yeah, lots of AI slop.
Energy machine under the feet. If you're somebody that enjoys discovering conspiracy theories like this, I think TikTok might be the greatest platform for you. Honestly,
you get all the dumbasses
really
on TikTok.
I have to say about it. So, all right, where did this research and imagery come from? Okay, so again, one actual article posted March 22nd, 2025. Egypt's Giza pyramids mystery deepens. Radar finds underground structures twice as deep as the Eiffel Tower, stretching across 2 kilometers. Okay. All right, what happened over here? Scientists have discovered a large underground structure near the pyramids of Giza using radar technology. So here they got researchers, Corrado Malacca from the University of Pisa and Filippo Biondi from the University of Strathclyde used synthetic aperture radar to scan the area. Okay, so that's the technology they're using. Their findings reveal a network extending approximately 2 kilometers beneath all 3 pyramids.
Yeah, that probably could just be an old natural well or something. Right? Just natural underground caverns underneath all the stuff there. Right? Maybe at one point they actually had water running through there. And it was just naturally running water through there. Especially when you gotta think about how people might have lived back then. Water is super important. So they probably lived near some sort of source of water. They probably dug a well at some point. But then eventually it dried up. And you'd have all that network there because they need water. Right, that's probably the logical reason why. And yeah, it would be very deep underground. And it would be very fast. Because surprise, surprise, that's exactly what happens with actual wells elsewhere. It's not some super crazy concept. It's probably just completely dried up now. Yeah, I guess so. They're playing Minecraft with X-rays under pyramids now. No, they did not have 2-kilometer large and wide underground network cities back then. There'd be a lot of problems to actually doing that. Again, okay, how the hell are you gonna breathe down there? You're gonna suffocate. You have, no ventilation and stuff like that to actually get air in there. So you can actually breathe and stuff like that. But also, it's okay, so how are you gonna grow crops and stuff? Let's say you have people to go out to go hunting. How are they gonna do that? If you're trapped underneath there and you're your weird underground labyrinth. How the hell are they gonna deal with that stuff? It makes no sense. Right? It's no, that's probably just an old well that dried up. An old natural spring
that was underground with water that dried up. And yeah, they're gonna build their stuff near water because guess what? Surprise, surprise, we need water to survive. Right? People live near water. It's not a crazy, hard to understand concept. They discovered the cave update, yeah.
So really what they said over here was the Khafre pyramid, so the second largest structure right there, was found to have 5 identical structures near its base. These structures contained multiple levels and were connected by geometric pathways. Beneath these pathways, 8 vertical cylindrical wells were discovered. Each well was surrounded by descending spiral pathway reaching depths of up to 648 meters. So this is the video that I guess Joe was watching on his entire page by Greg Reese, okay? So a SAR scan of the Khafre pyramid. So this I guess is one of the sources, right? Oh wow, we start off with some real good starts off with a banger of a soundtrack, that's for sure. So I'm looking through this and it's just again, an actual organization of people meeting up. They're actually having this real I guess event where they're discussing the findings over here, right? And again, the further you go down, this is where some of those images started popping up. So for instance, these are the cylindrical wells that are allegedly found underneath the pyramids of Giza. And again, at the end of it, they start to link this to Nikola Tesla and Egyptian pyramids.
What the fuck does Nikola Tesla have to do with Egyptians? What the fuck is this weird conspiracy shit?
Which again references books like The Giza Power Plant by Christopher Dunn, which again,
this is just ridiculous.
Is more focusing on esoteric conspiracy theories than anything actually proven in science over here. So at this point I'm all right, they showed this right over here, this remote sensing MDPI article right here. So okay, this has got to be crazy, it's got to be some new information. So again, the basic fact checker in me will take that entire title and I will search for it on the internet. And lo and behold, here we are. Synthetic aperture radar Doppler tomography reveals details of undiscovered high-resolution internal structure of the Great Pyramids of Giza. Okay, so you got Filippo Bianchi and Corrado Malanga. Okay, so you've got all this shit right here. And then of course, you start to look closer into this. Published 19th October 2022.
Yep.
So this is not new information.
3 years ago.
This is fucking 3 years old. All right, let's pull out the PDF. Okay, roll the clip, Jamie. Let's look at it. So right here, you've got the actual post, 1st August 2022. All right, introduction. The Pyramid of Khnum Khufu, also known as the Great Pyramid of Giza. Let me open this up so you guys can read it a little bit better. So, is the oldest and largest of the 3 main pyramids. Okay, the infrastructure is built with blocks of granite. The completion of the work has taken 2.5 million blocks. So in studying the origin of the pyramids, we believe we should not overlook the existence of ancient mythological writings, a study concerning the myths and folklores of the ancient people of the world, okay? Highlighting all the similarities between them. The arguments that myths are insignificant, often considered mere stories passed on through generations, has been challenged. The authors are open to the possibility that a technologically more advanced civilization existed before a known timeline, where the existence of various glacial ages prevented the passing down of history, focusing on the mythical cities mentioned in ancient Indian text, describing how the subcontinent was the integral part of this, 7 and 8 figure. However, how the Egyptian pyramids were built has remained an enduring mystery. Okay, so immediately right over here, the actual authors are open to the possibility of a technologically more advanced civilization, okay? So in Assassin's Creed terms, that is the ones who come before us, okay? The people that made all of the advanced shit in the before days, okay? It could happen. It could be a reality.
Okay.
But it hasn't been proven, okay? It's just a myth for now. Again, I would be the first person that would be ecstatic at the thought of a ancient advanced civilization that basically ran, you know, super New York back in the day, for instance, right? More advanced than human beings. We just have to have proof of it first, which, as of right now, we unfortunately do not, okay? So
we got no proof.
ChatGPT, for instance, right? I downloaded that PDF file, right? The actual, research paper. I threw it into this, and I asked ChatGPT, can you read this PDF and explain it to me?
Okay.
And surprisingly, I didn't know ChatGPT could do this, but yes, it actually can read through a paper and summarize it for you. Now, mind you, this is artificial intelligence. It is not an expert in any of these fields, okay? It's just a very advanced algorithm capable of understanding, you know, PDF files and summarizing them in a very adept way for many people to just quickly, like, dive and research into. So there are going to be some hallucinations, possibly some inaccuracies, but again, generally speaking, it is great to have this technology because when you want to fact check...
Yeah, looking through Envy's old videos is kind of weird the way he made several videos called My Free-to-Play Daily Routine. In hindsight, definitely thought he was moral. Yeah, of course. He was always like that. And then it just blew up in his face.
Check on the fly. It's really difficult, right? This stuff will at least make it easier for anybody to throw something in and get a sort of an Eli 5, maybe an Eli 10 version of like what they're reading. So to go down over here, it gives you like 7 key points, problems with the conventional methods of SAR, innovation using their new approaches with vibrations, major discoveries. Conclusion, the research presents a groundbreaking approach to pyramid exploration using SAR Doppler tomography to reveal hidden structures within the Great Pyramids of Giza. So at this moment I asked, I was like, can you tell me more about those internal chambers, the unfound stuff? And it does actually focus, right? It says, hey, previously known structures were the King's Chambers, the Queen's Chamber, the Grand Gallery, the Unfinished Chamber, and the Grotto Void. But the newly discovered stuff was things like 2 large internal ramps, large southern horizontal colliders. So here you can see things like tag 3. So if you copy that and you go to the actual like PDF file, you can verify and start confirming things for yourself. So if I start throwing in things like tag 3, you can get an idea of like how they use this technology to capture the topographic measurements here, and then they use this to create this 3D model of what appears to be undiscovered areas. Again, none of this is actually a city. None of this are entire cylindrical fucking like
nobody lived in there.
Pointing upwards.
Makes no
it's
sense.
Just new chambers that are undiscovered or maybe rediscovered inside the pyramids. So again, for many people who are regurgitating this, it feels like most of the people talking about this, most of the news agencies aren't really actually looking at the actual like research paper at all, which is a little baffling to me, right? Like to post this kind of information and just constantly spread it around without actually verifying that the paper you're looking at is not even like a recent paper. It's from 2022. Why is it being shared all of a sudden out of nowhere? So even looking closer into it, like the closest I could find the relation of these like images to these scientists was on something known as the Khafre project, right? And this apparently was in the 15 March 2025. This press release was supposed to come out, you know, sometime recently, but it just hasn't seemed to have come out recently, okay? It just hasn't seemed to appear at all. There's this press conference with these images and updated findings. So I tried to find out where this press conference was, and every single conspiracy page that I was going to could link everything except that press release. So one user asks, hey Greg, it's inauthentic to not link that March 15, 2025 press release that you mentioned in the video. And Greg's like, I read the release and showed it. You didn't. You showed the 2022. So all right, when some asshole says, do your own research, all right, I will do my own research. So at this moment I went to like Grok. Now I'm using multiple tools of AI. Also, just because it's good to use multiple different tools and sources. But also a lot of these AIs have cool tools like deep search, right? And in terms of Grok, they have this deeper search, which is a super extended version of the search. So I go to the search and say, can you find me that March 15 press release regarding the cities located underneath the pyramids of Giza? So immediately Grok, and if you want to know what like madness and insanity looks like, right? Grok does this 13-minute long search. I want you to understand, the AI is like absolutely scouring every single source it can find through multiple different search engines on the internet just to find this. So this is kind of the equivalent of like your internet investigator doing like a month worth of research and scouring the internet, all done within 13 minutes, okay? AI is crazy in some capacities. So here it basically identifies what I'm asking, which is this press release by Corrado Malunga and Filippo Biondi, claiming an underground complex underneath Giza using SAR tech. In fact, the conclusion that the AI actually discovered was that the March 15th press release by the Khafre project claimed the discovery of a vast underground complex beneath the pyramids of Giza, detailing specific structures that could suggest an ancient city. However, the lack of peer-reviewed evidence, expert skepticism, and methodological concerns means that the findings remain unverified and controversial. For researchers and enthusiasts, the ongoing debate underscores the need for further investigations, potentially through excavations, though approval and validation remain uncertain as of March 24th, 2025. One guy claims they have the complete PDF file and they'll be publishing it soon for all to see. That was posted on March 21st, 2025. Promises made, promises kept. A free insight, an article from the exclusive PDF. Bro, just give me the actual fucking PDF file, dude. So according to that Read Multiplex, this is the apparent actual PDF file that was found around, okay?
Okay.
So the Coffray project, again, excuse the low resolution over here. And again, this is the abstract summarizes the key points of their research. This is their conference on March 16th, 2025. So after in this PDF, the first step is just looking at their original 2022 page. And the second step is their second phase of the research. They focused on the radar analysis on the second most important pyramid of the Giza Plateau, the Pyramid of Khafre. The pyramid provides a wealth of data regarding previously unknown internal structures. The tomographic images obtained from the satellite data processing immediately highlighted the presence of 5 structures located at the center of the pyramid, yada yada yada, constructed blah blah. The analysis of these data obtained using entirely non-invasive techniques are briefly summarized below. So these findings allowed us to construct a 3D model of the entire complex, the examination of dozens of tomographic images obtained from different angles. So I guess these are the images right over here, the tomographic images. As observed in the 3D model, below the ground level of the main structure, vertically aligned cylindrical structures extend for hundreds of meters beneath the Giza Plateau. Notably, 8 of these structures arranged in 2 parallel rows from north to south. So again, these are the alleged structures that exist. Now, mind you, the thing about this is nobody has verified any of these images. In fact, it's kind of the equivalent of anybody can take this, anybody can just make images up and just post them out, especially in the world
anyone can just make
obviously
images.
artificial intelligence. So no, is there any confirmed cities underneath the pyramids? No. And the reality is, look, I would love to be somebody that sees this kind of stuff, and I would be like, hey, this is kind of cool. I would want things to be a reality. I love wacky stuff like this. But I think it's important to point out when there is misinformation floating around.
It's probably other shit going on, that's why they see that.
Research papers,
the thing deteriorating.
Unproven,
and stuff breaking off from the inside.
Reviewed, analysis into this, pyramid underground city story. But yeah, honestly, I wanted to look into this because ultimately, I feel it's fun for me to deep dive into this and get to the truth of the matter. And I think the truth is there's just no evidence to any of this. And ultimately, this video for me is important because I think I've shown you guys how to also fact check things for yourself. In the world of artificial intelligences and deep search algorithms, I think these tools, these AI tools, are actually quite important when you're trying to combat things like misinformation, trying to understand the truth of any subject. That's just where I kind of stand into it. Again, I'm not here to poo on anyone's parade. I don't think that's really the focal point of this video. That's just really smug behavior for no real reason. I would love there to be really cool undiscovered shit in the world we live in. But there's a difference between there's a flood of information that exists around us every day, 9 or 10 different news articles, constant arguments against each other, and it's really using multiple sources and tools that are at our disposal to really discern the truth. I think for most people who come across a story, they'll look at this and they'll either believe everything or believe nothing. And nobody will try to ever actually dig into the truth of the matter here. So hopefully you guys maybe learn something out of it. I had fun looking into this, to be real. And if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe.
Okay, nothing there. Yeah, people just being weird over their stupid conspiracy about the pyramids. No, there's nothing going on there. Alright, let's see this. How gacha games turn players against each other.
A lot of people in the gacha space...
Do I mark this or do we just do this as a react thing then? Maybe? I don't know, we'll see.
A lot of people in the gacha space are contributing to the problem of elitism, and let me explain why. Elitists in these games are primarily focused on the amount of money a person has spent. The more money you spent, the more likely they are to invalidate your achievements and sabotage your fun of the game. Elitism is described as the attitude or behavior of a person who regard themselves as an elite. In our case, it's a group of people who believe they are...
How much time they spent. Yeah, there's that aspect too.
superior in terms of ability or qualities. They believe that their way of playing the game is superior to your way of playing the game. And you wouldn't understand that unless you experienced what they experienced. But let's slow down. How did we even get to this point?
Okay.
In the gacha space, all types of players exist. We got your whales, we got your dolphins, which are honestly just whales that made up the term dolphin to cope. And then we have your free-to-play players. These days, free-to-play players make up a large portion of all gacha gamers. But it didn't used to be this way. The gacha genre used to be pretty niche, and almost everyone in it spent money. It was not until a certain game came out during the global pandemic that caused this to change. With nothing to do and people stuck inside their homes, people flocked to the internet to find things to do. And one of these things was the massively popular gacha game from MiHoYo, Genshin Impact. Genshin quickly took over the world, attracting the mainstream audience and introducing the gacha genre to an audience that had never even heard of what a gacha was before Genshin. The size of Genshin Impact during the pandemic cannot be understated. Some of my 40-year-old uncles would come up to me during family gatherings and be like, "Oh, hey, son. Oh, hey. Do you play Genshin Impact?" What?
Have you seen the girl Mona? She got a flat ass.
This, in my opinion, was the starting point of when the cultures of gacha games and the cultures of normal games started to mix. For veteran gacha players, spending money is kind of just a part of the game. When a new character comes out, they're kind of just like, "Ooh, she's hot. I'm gonna get her. Ooh, he looks cool as hell. I'm gonna get him too. Ooh, she pulls her sword out of her boobies? Yeah, where's my wallet, bro?" But for most other gaming communities, this is not the case. Not at all. Spending hundreds of dollars on one single game is like committing a crime. You guys know about the $500 faker Ari skin from League of Legends, right? Well, if you get found with it in game, all 9 other players will bully you. But the funny thing is, the amount of money that people spend in other games will never compare to the amount of money that people spend on gacha games. So
it'll never compare to the cost of the shit in here.
Someone pulled 200 copies of Fei Xiao's limited weapon in Honkai Star Rail.
Why?
What is this? Hello? So I did the math, right? And the average cost of this act of terrorism is $25,600. I guess some Chinese princes out there just get bored sometimes, I guess. The influx of new players that either can't spend money or don't want to spend money created an entire subgenre in the gacha industry, and it revolved around being a free-to-play player. Being a free-to-play player makes you relatable to other free-to-play players. Like, damn, you didn't have enough summons so you missed Aglaya? Well, I missed my 50-50 on Tribi, so I'ma skip my day and get Castrus. I think I'm gonna save up for the next 7 banners so I can get Farina's weapon on her rerun. This is how poor people have conversation. A very
it sounds really painful. And this is why, man, it's like, when you look at like them for what they really are, it is really depressing. Right? I mean, here's the thing, man. This is the reality. This is the reality, man. That's why it's like you gotta think of a different reason why you're gonna tolerate with the bullshit. Shit's why I don't bother with most of these things. I mean, always at the start, you get an influx of resources and then it dries up real quick. They always do it. That's how they manipulate you to get the first sale. It's always like this. They all do it. Right? But yeah, like again, like with Snowbreak, man, the biggest reason why I'm still even there is because they literally give me everything for free. If they didn't give me all this shit, I would have been gone a year and a half ago. I probably would have been gone at least a year and a half ago, if not longer. Like, I wouldn't even still be there. Like, I can see the thing for how it is. Yeah, I have 2 accounts in ToF. One is the free-to-play account that I use for messing around with things, and the other one is my actual account. Right? But again, it's like, yeah, you don't pull that often. You have to hoard for a long-ass period of time before you can start doing things. That's just the norm for a lot of these games. Right? That said, each of them have different ways of handling it. You'll have like 4 main events the entire year. They'll spend like 2,000 down the drain. What do you mean it's 2,000 down the drain? What do you mean it's 2,000? Here's the thing, man. I get way more resources for free than most people. Pulling every banner is still not feasible in Snowbreak for a single character and weapon copy. And keep in mind, their banners are guaranteed. It's still not feasible under normal circumstances. It's still not. Like, here's the thing. My free-to-play experience at Snowbreak is the same as if I was buying the most expensive battle pass tier every single patch and top it up like $200. $100 to $200. That is my free-to-play experience. Because the game developers are literally giving it to me for free. I am not even like I don't put money into Snowbreak, but they're giving me the equivalent of someone spending money every single patch. That's why I have a copy of every character in Snowbreak and every weapon for them. If they didn't do this, I wouldn't have that. Again, my experience is not the same as someone else's there. Because they do give people making content, at times, if they're in a program for it, extra resources that nobody else gets. The experience is not the same. It's not. Right? Free-to-play for me is not the same as free-to-play for you. Right? That's something to keep in mind. It's really the same as you buying the paid battle pass with the skin tier, plus spending even more money on top every single patch. I don't. Right? But again, it was pretty obvious when they're fucking doing things like sending me bags, a tapestry, a mouse pad, pins, a fucking spoon, a pair of chopsticks, and a bath towel. You know, they send me that stuff on top. They've sent me even more as well that I won't show. But like, that is my experience. It is not the same as someone else's experience. Okay? Here's the other thing too. When I went and bought the skins before they were gonna remove them, they also gave me money that basically paid for the fucking skins I bought. Actually, no. When I went on the spree to buy all the skins before they censored them and removed them for sale permanently, the amount they gave me was more than enough to buy all the skins for when I did buy skins in Snowbreak. The stuff they've sent me. It is not the same experience. Let's be real. And again, that stuff I can still tax write it off. Because I did spend it. Right? Like, that's the thing. Right? Free to play for someone involved on the other side is not the same as someone else's free to play. It's not the same. Right? I wouldn't be able to pull every single patch if I didn't have all of that. If I was actually truly free to play in Snowbreak, I could only pull a character and their weapon like once every 2.5 patches instead of every patch. It makes a massive difference. Getting that big resource income of everything. And again, like, I barely even have enough to do that when I go and do that stuff. Right? So keep that in mind. It is not the same experience. Not even close. Right? Like, it's not even close.
Popular and entertaining form of content is the free-to-play experience. How far and how well can you do in a gacha game?
But honestly though, like, the true free-to-play experience in a lot of these games is extremely miserable. Even more so when like core resources, core important resources that you're completely stalled out and time gated away from is put behind, let's say, a battle pass or something, right? In order to get them upgraded at a reasonable pace. Because the reality is, playing through a lot of these, especially Genshin and WoA, is extremely painful to go and upgrade a character after you pull them. People, they don't really stop and think and look back at how their time is being spent. But if they were, and they were to realize that they're spending an ungodly amount of time just wasting away farming materials rather than actually playing the game, they might look at things differently. But then again, they also do it to just pad out and hide the fact that they don't actually have much content in there to begin with. Right? But you know, it is what it is. They do. Hoyo does it, WoA does it, like all these freaking companies do it. They all give people like extra resources when they're in their programs. They all do it. Some will even give more stuff like extra beta access or whatever, extra early access to things. Some will do that on top. But like it's pretty normal, man. Like it's pretty normal for their experience there. And then what's the other one? You know about the Game of Thrones action RPG? It's being published by Netmarble. Oh yeah, no, here's the thing, man. It's not even miserable free-to-play experience. Because the reality is the vast majority of these gacha games are already very miserable as free-to-play. It's just that Netmarble takes it to a whole new level of being miserable. But then again, that's just kind of the norm for Korean live services. They're extremely miserable to deal with the amount of extra bullshit that they tack on top. The vast majority of Korean live service games are like that. Which is why I would avoid any Korean MMO as well, because they take it even further. Or anything with similar mechanics to them, I would avoid entirely. But yeah. Like, that's the thing though, with a lot of these. Even if you spend a little bit, the experience is drastically improved. Because the baseline experience in all of these is awful. Like, it just straight up is pretty awful. Right? And the only times it's not is when the stuff around it can be completely circumvented and avoided. Right? You have the situation now where it's like, okay, fine, what if they made it so they, instead of refreshing the content that they have and resetting it, they just add more stages so you can always come back later. At least then, eventually you can go and do the content. But most gachas don't do that, right? Most of them, again, they want you to force into constant, regular, daily chores and bullshit to deal with, as everything that you're given is drip-fed to you, right? But again, like, it's a huge difference between spending and not. Right? Even like that tiny little bit. It makes a massive difference. Right? But you know, it is what it is. The experience in all of these have always been terrible for free-to-play. Some are far worse than others. Some are far worse than others. You don't get to play the full thing as a free-to-play. It's impossible. That said, with a lot of them, the amount that you do get to play varies drastically because of how they might go about the cost with them. But yeah, that's how I see it. Like, the reality is, the stupid elitism thingy, it doesn't matter. The people that are crazy are the people on the other side that think that they're superior because they're free to play, when they don't realize what the fuck is even going on. Or like, here's the thing, right? The people of Whaling, they actually get, at least they actually get the full complete thing. Whether or not it's good or bad or whatever you want to look at it, at least they're getting the full experience. The free-to-plays are not. They're getting a far more broken experience that is drastically going to be worse in many cases. It is what it is. Right? Like, that's just how it is. At the same time, though, the whole pulling for meta thing in a lot of these games is stupid, too. Because the reality is you're never gonna get your resources back. You're not. Like, you just straight up are never going to get them back. So it's never worth it in that regard. Which why, honestly, I think, like, with all of these games, don't put any premium currency rewards in the end game. And don't reset the end game either, just add more to it. Just have 0 resets and just add more stages. If people can clear it, great, good for them. If they can't, they can come back later. Or maybe you can use that as a way to entice them where, if you want to go clear it now, here's what you can do. Here's what you can get so that you can do it. I'm actually far more fine with stuff like that than the others. And then you have like PvP stuff, which is its own mess. Like, the reality is in a lot of these things, right, the PvP in the vast majority of these gachas are going to be terrible and just whoever spends more wins, regardless. Right, that's kind of the thing. It's kind of like with actual trading card games as well. Like, surprise, surprise, whoever has the better deck is after the skill thing is met, whoever has the better deck is probably going to win. And how do you get a better deck? You buy more cards. Or you buy the specific cards you need. Right? And have fun opening card packs. Right? You basically instead of doing a gacha without any pity now. Because you can be opening an endless amount of card packs and still not get the card you're looking for. Right? The upcoming turn-based game will not apply character dupes passives. I don't really care, man. Here's the thing. A lot of turn-based games are kind of scuffed. There's a lot of basic things at this point that if you're going to make a turn-based game, you need to have for me. Otherwise, I won't be bothering it with it at all. I will not. A high speed mode is definitely a huge thing there. But also with like a lot of these live service ones, like if it's gonna be a single player one, I do not care. I do not care at all. Right? Especially if you're gonna have like annoying other bullshit to deal with along the way. But yeah, card games are basically gacha games, yes. They are. Right? It's one of the oldest forms of it. And they can be analog, they can be digital, but yeah. They need a skip animation button. They need a skip animation button, a high speed mode as well. Right? Don't give me auto battle. They don't need auto battle. They need a sweep button. If I already cleared something before, do not give me auto battle. Just give me a fucking sweep button. I hate auto battle in a lot of these games. I actually really do not like auto battle. Because it's just a waste of time. It's a waste of energy as well. Because now you're just sitting there and waiting for it to clear the thing for you, which you already know is going to clear anyways. And you've probably already cleared it before. So why not just have it clear once and then everything is instant clear after? Like, why not have it that way? I'd rather have fewer, more interesting and more engaging encounters than a bunch of annoying, tedious mash the A button fest or put the thing on auto and come back after like 10 minutes and then go do the same thing again. I'd rather do less stuff than deal with that.
Because I'm not even actually playing at that point. I'm just sitting there waiting. Right? But also like a high speed mode option. Like, I don't know, give me like the option to like run the animations even in the overworld at 16x speed if I feel like. Because sometimes I want to just speed up everything outside of that too. Right? And like, here's the thing, right? I'm coming from a perspective where I actually just play actual turn-based games with that functionality. Right? Like, that's the thing. Yeah, sometimes I want to Sonic the whole freaking map. Exactly. Right? Why not? But yeah, like, that's the other thing too. But like, they also, with how like dumbed down and like overly simplified and like and downgraded a lot of these games are anyways, these gotchas are. I mean, if I can just go play an actual good and interesting one, why the fuck would I play it in a gotcha? Right? Like, that's the other thing for me personally. Right? Especially because I do not play games on my phone. And that said, even if I did, like, you know, with a lot of these games, you're gonna have a shit experience as a free-to-play anyways. And when I consider, like, the amount I would spend anyways, it's like, I'll just go buy the actual game for, like, you know, $50, $60 or whatever. Maybe, like, $10, $20 on a sale. Fuck, I'd even rather just go, like, if I have to play it on my phone, fine, I'll go get, like, a fucking cloud gaming subscription. Right, like, cloud gaming services are how much? Like, how much is, like, Boosteroid or whatever? Again, I actually pay for this shit. Let me go check. I actually do have a paid thing here because I use it for multi-boxing. I have played some other stuff on here offline, off stream. But like, yeah, like €7.49 a month, whatever. Like, the thing is, at least this service, if the games you play are on here... Oh, the website's under maintenance. No wonder. Can't check it. But like, it's a lot more reasonable even than even buying a game console at this point. Because of how ridiculous the pricing for some of them have become. This is like, even then, if I was to subscribe to this, like, for like several years, you know, but that's its own other thing. But like, yeah, I can also just, like, straight up play games on here, whatever, like, you can see the fucking games list. Fuck, if I wanted to play Genshin, I don't even need to install Genshin, I can just play here. Star Rail and ZZZ is there. I know ToF is on here because I use it for ToF multi-boxing. But like, yeah, all I need to do is just add my Steam account to my account here. It's the same thing with GeForce Now, right? Like, I can go on GeForce Now. Right? And like, I can go play actual game. You know, how much is GeForce Now? This is what I'm getting, you know. You know, I could go get a thing here. That's the pricing GeForce Now. Honestly, GeForce Now not worth it. It's more than double the price of the Boosteroid thing I pay for a similar experience. But like, yeah, I'd rather like deal with these freaking subs and just play it there. Yeah, I don't know who the hell those things you're talking about. Free to play after 2 years, HSR. The thing is though, like, again, like, the free to play experience in a lot of these games are shit. But like, with like a lot of the turn-based games, they're not exactly difficult to run. And like, I'd rather just go play an actual real, like, not dog shit one than I would play any of these gotchas. Because I'm gonna get a way better experience there anyways. I also won't have to deal with any of the live service crap. Right? Like, even if I played on the cloud gaming service, here's the thing.
These games with your latency and everything is always online anyways with a lot of these gachas. Right? You can't play them offline. Your input latency is tied to your latency to the server. If you have a good enough internet connection, in some cases, a cloud service could give you a better experience than playing locally depending on where you live. I mean, for me, I do mind. I do mind the dog shit experience. Right? And I just cannot really tolerate them. They don't have anything in there to make me willing to tolerate them. Right? With Genshin 4.5 years ago, I was somewhat willing to tolerate with it if it was to give me that Zelda clone I wanted. Surprise, surprise, it never did. And guess what happens? Yeah, I gave up on the game. I coped for like almost 2 years, hoping that maybe they'll do it. But the reality is I should have left a lot sooner, especially with how disastrous Inazuma was. Especially from a story perspective, man. It's like literally about as if you got a book. Only kept chapters like 1 and 2, ripped out basically everything, and then left the final chapter in. And that's basically like the Inazuma story. But then like the gameplay around it was just, you know, it doesn't have the thing I was looking for. The 3.0, we went back and checked that on stream. The fucking outside of the awful art conquest that literally put me to sleep on stream. The thing just, again, didn't have what I wanted. I'm never going to get what I want there. Right? And Genshin had so many problems to deal with, like, in the game, that I'm not willing to tolerate. Even if you reduce them, the fact that they were even in there in the first place, I am not willing to tolerate with them. Right? So, surprise, surprise, a clone comes along with slightly different combat and has the same awful bullshit again there. Just does what AMD likes to do when they praise GPUs comparing to NVIDIA and just slightly undercut them because that's what they do. That's what they did, right? Every single problem I had with Genshin is present in WUA, and they added even more problems on top. That again, I'm not willing to tolerate with any of them. Right? I would rather... Here's the thing, man. Here's the thing. When you consider the cost of a single character copy in some of these games, we're talking like $300 to $400. Okay? Unless the game is giving me some sort of experience that I am not gonna get elsewhere, and I actually think it's worth it for me, I ain't doing that shit with a lot of these ones, man. And the thing is, with the stuff they put out in a lot of these gacha games, they are not worth $300 to $400 for one character copy. If we're going by Hoyo and Kuro's pricing. Right? Because $100 only gets you 50 pulls. When your pennies are like 160, that's over $300. You're spending zero money, but then you're paying with your time. Power creep is whatever, man. The power creep thing is whatever, as long as the game is actually playable and not a dogshit experience to go through. Endgame content in these games is waste of time. It's a massive waste of your time anyways, if you value that. Especially if you're only building up a character specifically to tackle the endgame content. Like, here's the thing, right? Now, let's say you have endgame content here. Let's say you need to use, I don't know, let's say 9 characters for your endgame content, right? Let's say it takes you to pull the character 160 pulls. And let's say those 160 pulls cost 160 premium currency each. Right? So your entire lineup costs 230,000 premium currency. But let's say we're only talking about one specific character here, right? Doesn't really matter. Because we would have divided and put the 9 in here anyways. Let's say the endgame content in question gives you, let's say 700 premium currency for clearing it. Let's say you can do it twice. So we'll actually change it to 1400. We're gonna be nice. Right? Okay. So this is how many times you need to get a perfect clear max reward to break even. Right? Let's say this, you get the 2 clears every month. Right? So this is 164.57. You can't have 0.57 of a month, so you have to round up to 165. Okay, 165 months. That's your break-even point. How many years is that? Divide that by 12 months in a year? Oh, wow. We're at 13 years and 9 months. 13 years, 9 months, guys. 13 years, 9 months. And this is assuming that character is relevant the entire 13 years, 9 months that you're doing that in. And if you use them in less content, this number goes up even further. Right? This is why I don't like it when these games lock resources behind endgame content, and I think it's stupid. Because then, if that's the only motivation to go and do the content, then I have zero motivation or interest to do it. Unless it's piss easy and I can do without paying attention. Because the reality is, it's not worth my time. It's not worth my resources. And let's say I'm going to go build up that character, right? You know, let's say I have to go and do the drip-fed content. How many materials do you need to build up the character, and how many weeks is that? And like, how many, during those weeks, right? How many sessions of 10 minutes a day am I gonna spend? Right? Versus, what will I get if I just wailed instead? And did something, literally anything else with my time? And once you start looking at it from that perspective, it makes even less sense. But this is what happens when you start to bring numbers and math into the whole thing and try to really calculate the value of your time. When you start to value your time in that sense, it doesn't matter anymore. Right? That's why I do not care for endgame content in the vast majority of these gacha games. I'd rather they just make the actual game interesting. Because it's just not worth it. Right? Like, it's not worth it. But here's the thing, man. I only played Subaru and did the Archon quest, and then after that I completely was just like, fuck no, I'm done. You can find the VOD for the stream if you dig far back enough. But like, I was actually just falling asleep at the end of it. The thing was so bad. But that's its own other thing entirely. But yeah, like, if I'm not gonna be playing it for that reason, like, all the other things, it slowly starts to go away. And again, this is kind of why a lot of creators as well, they have account managers and stuff like that. Because the reality is, they don't want to do it. Because these games are shit. They're not good. Right? They're not. If I'm gonna be going through them, right, and like 99% of my logged in time isn't even me playing the game. Like, what the fuck? Why am I even there? It's like I completely lost the plot. I lost the reason why I was there in the first place. So then I move on. And that's kind of the problem with a lot of them as well. It's why a lot of them have pretty terrible, like, the free-to-play experience is always pretty terrible. Because spending even a little bit significantly reduces that time spent. It significantly reduces that. And when you start looking at your time from a value perspective, and start putting like a value, like an actual dollar amount of value for your time, everything completely shifts and falls apart there. You're mainly because because granted you're deciding to read One Piece or playing Genshin, and then being away for it for so long made you realize how much you didn't really care. Well, yeah, because the reality is, when you're not constantly logging in, right? When they take the bullshit chores away, that's the only reason why you kept logging in the first place. You're not actually playing the fucking game.
You're just doing a bunch of chores for 99% of your playtime. If you can even call it playtime. Right, and then when I started looking at things that way, I'm like, yeah, this is not worth it. Why am I even here? Why am I even doing this? And then I leave. Right, that's why I don't bother with the vast majority of these. Because that's just gonna be the cycle every single time. Right? You're gonna have a shit experience unless you're spending money. This is always going to be the case with these. It's just that sometimes that slightly better experience isn't enough to outweigh it all. And for a lot of these games, for me personally, it's never enough. And again, the developers themselves put those problems in there in the first place. That's why I don't bother with the most of them.
Without spending money. When the goal of the company is to get you to spend money, what can the free-to-play players do?
Yeah, then you realize you didn't enjoy it at all. Exactly. If you don't enjoy it, you're gone. Right? Like, that's the thing.
To catch up to the spenders. Doro44 is doing a new free-to-play Genshin account for fun, and Mr. Pokey is doing a new free-to-play Honkai Star Rail account named Bob. But the only motherfucker who should be praised for starting content like this is Enviosity.
Oh,
like, let's
yes.
look at this, right? My free-to-play daily routine. Highly recommended. 2.2 million views. My free-to-play management and free-to-play daily routine. Genshin Impact Guide. 750,000 views. $0 spent, 6 months. Free-to-play only. 700,000 views. Being a min-maxer in these games does take a lot of effort. And like genuinely, if you are a free-to-play min-maxer in one of these games, you are working minimum wage labor hours.
No, it's worse than that. Because at least the people making minimum wage, at least they're getting money for their time.
You're grinding so hard for so little. Most of the time, 10 hours of your grinding is worth less than a $5 top-up. When these games even have the...
Like, this is the reality. When you start valuing your time, this is the reality. And it's the same thing with the endgame content as well. This is the reality. And here's the best part, man. Depending on where you live, this $5 is like 10-20 minutes of your time. If you like to take a flight to Japan, actually, you know what? Let's go to moogold real quick. Let's go look at Japanese yen pricing. They do charge a little bit of a commission on here, but like, whatever. Oh, we don't even need Japanese yen pricing because it's like they already usually either do Japanese yen pricing. We're looking at USD. Let's look at Genshin as a nice example. This is $5, right? Blessing Welkin Moon. $4.49. Actually, we'll go put in my local currency. So my currency is CAD. We just let it refresh. Here we go. $6.42. Okay. What's the minimum wage where I live? $17.20 an hour. So this is you actually working minimum wage now. Let's say you are. 17.2. Divide that by $6.42. Imagine you can buy it almost 3 times. Luma is always dead, man. The game never has any content. Never has any. Had any. Never will. From an actual gameplay perspective, it's missing the game. It always has been. But that's its own other problem. But like, yeah, like here's the thing here, right? This is the difference of working 1 hour minimum wage. I could get this thing twice. And I immediately have a way better experience in terms of my resource income. Right? That's like how many resources again? That's what, 3,000? 3,000 divided that by 160. Oh wow, that's almost 20 pulls. Less effort. I know. Crazy. Oh wait, times 2 because you can get it twice. Right? And like, that's the thing. 10 hours, 10 hours, if we actually really value this thing out, it's honestly less than $1. Because again, you don't value your time. Right, let's say again, we did the work for 10 hours instead. We'll go with, we can even go with WUWA numbers now if we want. We have WUWA here too. Which is why, like, free-to-play stuff is completely miserable. Because again, when you consider spending that much time... Yeah, guess what? Look. How many hours is this? This is not 10 hours. This is not 10 hours. That's a immediate $100 top-up. This is less than 10 hours. I'll tell you that. Right? 128.73. Divide that by 1720. That's 7.5 hours. This is 7.5 hours. I can literally get, like, working minimum wage. I can get this in 7.5 hours. What are you gonna get in 7.5 hours of chores in WUWA, man? You ain't even gonna get $5 worth of crap. Right, much less 10 hours. Like, that's the thing. The free-to-play experience in a lot of these games is miserable. Right, this is not some elitist thing or whatever. You're paying with your time. And if you feel like wasting away your life and your time to do that, be my guest. It's your choice. Right? And this is part of why I'm like, yeah, I can't be bothered with a lot of these. Because that's the reality. The reality is, yeah, it sucks. For a lot of them. Alright, it's a different thing if it's like, oh, I can just sweep and instantly clear things and I'm only logged in for like a minute, 2 minutes a day. Maybe, if we're including the loading screen to get logged in. Right, but like if I'm talking about like actual logged in time, like a minute a day to just sweep everything and log off, I'm a lot more willing to deal with that. Less than half of what I make off of Twitch. I'll tell you that. I make way more off of Twitch. Although Twitch is a bit more aggressive than YouTube's with the ads. And it's not as easy to get around the ads on Twitch. That's probably why. Also, there's more people actually paying for the sub on Twitch than on YouTube. But like, YouTube doesn't let me give it to you ad-free if you pay for the members on YouTube, so, you know, understandable. That said, I do make more than I spend. Right, like, I do make more. And I even use it to directly pay some bills. You can go figure out that number yourself. But I literally use the money I make to pay my utility bills. So, like, in a given month, between 200 to 300. Between 200 to 300 in a given month, roughly. If I combine YouTube and Twitch. Around that combined. But most of it is from Twitch side. Right. But yeah. But like, that's the other thing too, right? If you have to waste your time for like 10 hours to do these ridiculous grinds, you now no longer have the time to go do something else. Because you're stuck doing that. And that's part of why the experience in these is really, really terrible. Because you have to consider your time as well. Right? You only have so much time out there. Would you rather be grinding for an absurd amount of time? Or would you rather use that time to go do something else with your time? Right? Would you rather do something else or be doing the insane amount of chores? Right? You know, it's a different thing if you're making money off of it, but for most people, they're not. Right? And when I start looking at it from that perspective, I'm like, you know, these games, they don't really have anything in them to make it actually worth my time with the vast majority of them. And I'm not willing to tolerate with that. And that's why I don't bother with them. Like, I'll at least give them a look and a try. But me actually playing them long term, yeah, no, that's not really gonna happen with the vast majority of them. Unless other stuff happens. Unless other things happens, that's just not gonna happen. You would say you're finally at the point where you can, you feel that you can move on and not be trapped in the Hoyos cycle. You will try all gotchas just to review them and shit on them at this point? Okay, yeah. There you go. Honestly, here's the thing, man. I have no clue what the hell Azure Promelia is gonna do. We haven't seen much on there. I haven't got my hands on there. I'm extremely skeptical on what goes on there. Same with Ananta, because I have no idea what direction they're gonna take it. I have no idea how they're gonna actually handle the content in them. Right? We have no idea. So I'm a lot more skeptical. I'll at least try them, but whether or not it goes anywhere is a different story. Like, here's the thing. That's why I'm a lot more worried. If Genshin was just alone in its bubble and nothing else happened to do what they did, you know, I wouldn't be as skeptical. If Wuthering Waves never came out and never existed, I'd probably look at everything in a lot better light. But the reality is, it's like, it's literally the same garbage as Genshin. You might have changed the combat a bit and reshuffled some numbers around, you know, and slightly undercut the gacha, but it's still the same garbage at their core. They're still exactly the same, with some aspects made drastically worse, at least in my eyes. And I'm like, and the things that they've made worse, or the other bullshit they have in there, they're so awful that I'm not willing to tolerate with them. I'm never going to be willing to tolerate with them. Like, here's the thing also, Tectum doesn't actually play it actively. He has an account manager. He has other people doing it for him. So he doesn't have the same experience. That's the thing, that's the difference. Tectone's experience is not your experience. It's not my experience. It's him leeching off of whoever his account manager is. And then dealing with that. That's his experience. Which is gonna be vastly different. Because he gets to ignore and avoid a lot of the problems. And that's why he can look at it the way he does. Right? Because he doesn't see it. Out of sight, out of mind. It's out of sight, out of his mind. He's not looking at it, so he's not dealing with it. What do you mean? People just keep bringing it up. It's just a good example. It's why, like, it's like an example of, like, of an exact copy of all the problems, man. It's a perfect example. They're just gonna, a lot of them are just gonna keep copying the shit. Because they're gonna try to do what the fuck Hoyo did. And it's not gonna work. But it's just a good example.
Ability to function this way, it can foster a lot.
Yeah, he doesn't have the right to do it because he's not dealing with all the stuff in there. That's the reality. He doesn't have to deal with it.
Alright, like if he doesn't have to do the stuff in there, well, he doesn't have to look at it. He doesn't have to deal with it. It's just that simple. Someone else is doing it for him. But yeah, the free-to-play experience in a lot of these is usually pretty terrible. Even like spending a tiny amount, it goes a long way in changing the experience. It makes a massive difference. Right? But yeah. You're actually excited for one. That's what really makes you upset. The sad thing is it genuinely at the time never been so hyped for a game's launch. Well, it is what it is, man. Right? It's why the PvP thing is so dumb, because it's like, it's literally the exact same garbage as the other thing you're fighting for or against. They're the same. They just changed the combat a bit and put some weird gray filter over the whole thing. Except until they're trying to take it away to put their weird piss filter and make it look like Genshin now. Just with higher, like high resolution, like models and assets. Which again, it's like, okay, cool, it looks nicer, but it doesn't actually do anything about the game itself. It just looks prettier.
Of frustrated players. Players that will now hold animosity towards other players that didn't have to work as hard as they did, but are achieving the same result.
Yep, they can do less work to get better results. The thing is though, like, the rewards from this stuff is garbage. Like, if you're already swiping, why the fuck you doing this shit anyways? For your time, it's not worth it. It's not. Your gotcha smack speculate that WoW will also fail because there's no good endgame. Endgame isn't the problem. Endgame is not the problem. There's no actual game in the first place. Who the fuck cares about endgame? All you're fucking doing is mint picking and farming echoes like crazy, as well as spending your drip-fed wave plates to go farm character ascension and skill book materials. Skill upgrade materials or whatever. And it's like they make it so you need to do an excessive amount of them. That's all you're doing for 99% of your logged in time. If you don't have an account manager to do it for you. Other than that, it's like, oh, new patch. Maybe you got like 2-3 hours of content of just you going through and pressing the skip button in the story. And then watching the cutscene and then skipping through the rest because the story is probably dog shit anyways. And then you run around the map doing your mint picking again and collecting all the Pepego one-time loot chests. Alright, that's all you're doing. You got less replay value in that than a fucking 3 to 5 minute stage from like any Sonic game. Those will have infinitely more replay value than a fucking open world in these gachas because of how poorly designed they are and just how completely lacking and devoid of actual content they are. It's just a checkbox simulator. Oh hey, we have open world, we can use this for marketing. But then the open world itself is literally just completely empty. Right? But yeah. No, I have not tried Wizards, Variants, Daphne. Honestly, a lot of the gachas, I just have no interest in trying them. Straight up, I have no interest. And, with a lot of them. We can go look at it like a trailer for it after if you want. But like the reality is I'm probably not gonna bother. Like I'm not gonna bother. I mean if it's more of a grinding game, even less reasons for me to bother. That makes it even like that gives me even less reasons. If you're not actually gonna have the actual game content, right? If you have less content in them, just let me move on and come back later. I'm gonna look at that a lot more favorably if I don't have to do bullshit the entire time I'm logged in. I've already said before, I will not be playing any Korean MMOs. Fuck no.
Fuck no. I mean, here's the thing again with gachas. You can buy power. They literally sell you power. Right? So the experience becomes harder when you make things a lot more miserable. Right? So, like, that's the thing there. Like, I stopped caring because that's just the reality. Unless they were to take away all of that stuff out. Like, here's the thing. Korean games are fine if they're not live service. If they took out the live service aspect, they're fine. It's just that a lot of the problems with their live service Korean games, the way they they set them up, I would rather deal with fucking EA than I would with any Korean live service game. I'm more willing to deal with EA. Because not even EA is as bad as the average Korean live service game. Yeah, you always feel weak? Okay. It's not just Chinese games that have them. I've seen a Korean game that has it too. There are some Korean games that have them too. Right? And some of them have both the VIP crap and the infinite grind. Again, it's why I don't touch the vast majority of them. If they want me to, like, actually play it genuinely, they have to give me a good enough reason to make me willing to tolerate with their bullshit. Like, the reality is with a lot of the stuff in these games, I'm tolerating them. They have something in them that's I'm at least willing to compromise and tolerate the other problems to play. And like, that's the thing. Okay? I'm tolerating them. That's the word I'm gonna be using to describe it. Tolerating them. Because otherwise, yikes with these games. Like, actual just yikes.
Sometimes a better result than they could ever achieve as a free-to-play. With such a radical difference of spenders in the same community, the amount of money you spend in a gacha game has now become a glorified competitive ranking system, where the less you spend, the higher rank you are. These single-player games have somehow created a sense of superiority in some players. This is a genuine conversation that I've seen. Yo, let's go! I finally cleared floor 12, dude! Oh, that's cool, but didn't you spend money in the game though? So like, what's the point? What?
Yeah, the weird logic for these weird free-to-play PvP thing is ridiculous. You ready for Odin Valhalla Rising? Yeah, I don't care enough for that stuff, man. I ain't dealing with that. Like, fuck no. If I'm gonna have to deal with ridiculous infinite grinds like that, might as well just go work a job instead. You're probably, again, with some of them, depending on the monetization even, you're probably better off actually working the job in whaling instead. With the money you earn. It's probably a far more efficient use of your time, if you were really that crazy. Again, like, when you start to try to put a value for your time, everything shifts. No, I'm not gonna try the Game of Thrones game. I do not care. Also, it's Netmarble. Even more reasons to not bother. It's fucking Netmarble.
What is that? Didn't you spend money on this game too? No, dude. I'm free to play plus. I only buy the monthly pass and the battle pass.
Yeah, you have this weird shit there too. They're weird justifications. Nah, you spend money. Like, bro, what?
Bitch, free to play plus. Being free to play has now become a way of life. The true free to play experience, that's a term I've heard a lot these days. I already said this in a recent video where I talked about Mr. Poke's free to play account, but there is no such thing as the true free to play player experience. In every gacha game community, people have made being free to play a badge of honor. This badge of honor has gone so far that it's become common to invalidate someone's opinion or achievements just because they spent money.
Yeah.
No matter how you feel about Mr. Pokey's controversial power creep take, it's disingenuous to invalidate his opinion based only on the fact that his account isn't free to play. I don't think you can call an account free to play if you have
They have
another
a lot of
group of people
copium.
doing it for you.
Not only do they have a lot of copium, but they also do not value their time. They don't mind working slave labor probably. They probably don't. The experience is genuinely terrible when you start to look at how their time is spent. Right? Like, the shit's why it's like, eh? Right? It's a bit more different if, like, you're not doing a lot of the stuff in there and you don't care for a lot of the stuff, so you ignore it anyways. But the way they like to show their weird elitism, it is definitely not how it is with them.
I trust the person who was forced to do all the story in HSR, not Mr. Pokey. He can't say he's being free to play and not put in all the work the free to play player would. Guys, we gotta stop stretching the definition of a free to play account. Did the account spend money? No? Then no matter what, it is a free to play account. Sure, Mr. Pokey's free to play account is run by account managers, but that doesn't make his account status not free to play. It is so pointless to call an account not free to play because of this and that. The true conversation that should be happening is if Mr. Pokey's account is relatable to most free to plays or not. And that's exactly what I tried to explain under this thread. But then I got destroyed by infallible logic. No. It's not a stretch. Let's say you have some coal to mine in a coal mine, but you send 4 people to do it 24/7 for you instead. Then come out of there squeaky clean, get the money, which is not much, but when you're free to do whatever you want while your 4 coal mining managers did all the dirty work. You know, I've read this comment 10 times, I still don't know what's going on. He's talking about some coal mining, I don't know. Relatable. That's a word I see a lot of these.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's the thing. The free-to-play experience in these games are awful. Unless you have someone else to do this shit for you. So you don't have to see it. Right? And that's why, like, yeah, they're out of touch. That said, what he's able to get with them is still valid because he still got it technically free to play. And it would have been it is what he would have gotten if he wasted his life to do what they were doing. And, like, that's the thing, though. The fact that, like, even they themselves feel the need to have someone do all this shit for them is more reasons of why not to bother. Because once you're at the point where it's like, no, I don't want to do this. I'd rather someone else do all this shit for me so that I can maybe play that 5 minutes of content that they have that I'm actually somewhat interested in. Like, you have to realize just how sad that sounds. Probably not, man. I don't even care anymore. Unless I'm monetizing it in some form, like, no. The same thing, man. Unless I'm making money off of it, the answer is fuck no. Like, if I start looking at going through those things like a job, if I'm not gonna make money off of it, I'm not gonna bother at all. Fuck no. Because, like, as actual games, they're garbage. There is no game. It's just, like, endless amounts of chores. And, like, again, like, with some of the older gotchas, here's the thing. A lot of them just had things you could, like, auto-clear. You could sweep to instant clear. Or you could run them in an Android emulator, run them 24/7 in an emulator to go do everything for you. So you could automate the entire process of having your account there without actually playing the thing until you actually wanted to play the game. But you can't do that with these. Right? Because you can't do either of those things. It's like, yeah, I would need an account manager to even, like, do anything. If I even want to, like, actually play anything in there. Right? And it's not like Woowa gives me the option to set the fucking world level all the way down to, like, level 1. So I can completely ignore everything. As well. Because of just like the freaking trial units they even give you is extremely miserable to use. With how like shit their stats are. And how little damage they do, but that's its own other thing. Like the actual just experience itself is just not worth it, man. Unless I'm making money off of it, fuck no. But like, I don't even care that much anymore to even do that. Because then I could, like, here's the thing, like, I could do literally anything else. I don't have to. Right? Like, I'm just kind of done with that. Like, we could talk about this shit during the react segments or whatever, but outside of that, like, nah.
These days, right? Having relatability. Let's say you're just like a casual whale, right? And you post your endgame clear somewhere because, I don't know, you like the game, you know, and you cleared with your favorite character. And hold on, new concept. You're having fun? So this is a post that I found.
Like, that's the other thing too, right? The way that people treat it, it's like, are they even having fun, man? Because I'm like, what the fuck are they doing? Their experience in there, I'm like, how is this fun? I'm like, genuinely, how the hell is the absurd grinds and the bullshit they have to deal with fun? Like, how?
On the Akron mains subreddit from 7 months ago, another MLC refresh, another Akron 0 turn clear. I give thanks to our goddess Akron for blessing my MLC with the perfect 0 turn clear. Aventurine was departed before he could even take any action. Glory to her holiness. So this is clearly just someone who loves Akron, right? Like he's just having a good time. Glory to her holiness. He's E6 Akron, E6 Chow Show, E2 Sparkle, E1 Robin. Like he's clearly just a whale.
No, they're talking. Here's the thing though. They're having fun with the story, not with the grind. I'm talking about the grind bullshit itself. I'm not talking about the story. Take the story out of it. What they're actually doing. Okay? You're trying to like add the stretch and bring something that is completely unrelated to the grind and just the story itself there. Even though the story is not part of that. They may like the story and that's fine. Nothing wrong with that. I'm talking about the other stuff around it because surprise, surprise, 99% of your time spent in there is not doing the story. It's the other part. The awful part. This is why a lot of these CCs all have account managers. Because they can't be bothered to deal with it themselves. Because yes, it is awful. It is truly miserable. They don't want to deal with it. And I don't blame them for that. And I don't want to deal with it either. But I also don't want to deal with getting an account manager either. Right? Because I'm also going to feel bad because the account manager is now going to waste their time in their life to deal with the bullshit. And I don't want them doing that. Right? Yeah, you wanted to bang your head against the wall every time you grind an HSR? Yeah, because it sucks. In a lot of these things, it sucks. Just give me a fucking sweep button. Like, I'm okay if it's just like, okay, I beat the content once, give me an instant clear button, and let me just click instant clear. Right? If you're gonna drip feed me resources every day, just let me instant clear them, and then I'll go actually look through and deal with it when I actually want to play it. Instead of having to deal with the annoying chore every fucking day that's drip fed in like 5 to 10 to 15 to 20 minute intervals. I'd rather not do it at all. I have no fucking clue how much they're making as an account manager. I have no fucking clue. Right? But this is part of why it's like, okay, they go spend money on it so they don't have to deal with that as much. At least they're actually enjoying what they're doing. Rather than to deal with the fucking annoying, painfully terrible free-to-play experience. Right? Unless they were to like move away from that bullshit. You know, with the game's setup. That's its own other situation there. Ain't no way it's paid in parasocial points. Honestly, for some of them, it probably is in high hidden. It probably is for some of them paid in parasocial points. It probably is.
And like on his free time, he just kind of has fun with the game, you know? Like even their language is kind of memey, like our god is Acheron, and he also posted it in the Acheron mains subreddit.
Okay.
So he's just having a good time.
Yeah,
you know,
the guy's having a good time. Good for him.
Subreddit will, you know, have a sense of humor.
All I see is money, money, money. Well, if you don't zero cycle with that team, you're doing something very wrong.
Oh my god, this comment has 82 upvotes. The main post is giga downvoted. Are you having fun?
You better fucking stop. Stupid.
Even if
hey, imagine having fun, man. It's maintenance. What, isn't it under maintenance because patch coming out soon? Patch is soon. It should be under maintenance right now, right? 4.8 thing. It's down. But yeah, like imagine having fun. Crazy concept and idea, I know. Imagine having fun. Right? Imagine. Imagine that's like the whole point of these things, right? Yeah, pay to win people actually get to play the game. Free to plays, they have to work slave labor and still maybe not actually play it. That's the reality. It's not even pay to win anymore, because what are they winning? They're actually just being able to actually play the fucking game. Imagine. I just think Envy, like people like Envy are just mentally insane. That's just how I see it. He's just mentally insane, man.
if you read his replies, you can kind of just tell he's just trying to play the game, right? Like, well, if you don't talk about that, you're wrong. Thank goodness I didn't mess that up. I actually want to improve my Firefly team a bit more. Not sure how to improve it further besides getting Eidolons for Harmony MC. Yeah, get downvoted. Give praise to Acheron, for she truly has no equal. Why are people mad? OP is just an Acheron main in body, spirit, and bank account. It's alright, as long as Acheron gets enough love, it's fine.
Wait, how come your Harmony MC is not E6?
Because I can't find the time to collect all those treasure chests.
Yeah.
I'm doing it bits by bits now. Do you have a job? You have to.
Imagine having a job. Imagine wanting to do other things. Imagine wanting to spend your time doing other things, man, and not slaving away. Right? The guy who made that post, the original poster, he has his priorities straight. The other people replying to him, you know, and this guy here is mocking, they don't.
Too much work to play the game?
Yeah, you're getting downvoted, buddy.
In these communities, you will not feel welcome as a whale.
Yeah.
You don't have to be a whale. You can just be someone who saved a lot for your favorite character and then invested highly into them. But then you gotta be ready for your endgame clears to be called pointless. You have more chances to feel unwelcome just because you spent money, just because your level of investment went over their arbitrary line of what they consider relatable. The thing I find so funny about these people is that they take pride in suffering through the video game. The main thing.
Imagine taking pride in suffering. It's so stupid.
I hear from these players is how much suffering they're going through, how much suffering they had to go through to get a character. And you're not one of us if you didn't suffer like we had to. Listen, man, if grinding the game for 10 extra pulls is suffering to you, why are you even doing the grinding in the first place?
Exactly. If doing that thing is for the extra resources there is suffering to you, why even do it in the first place? Exactly. That is exactly my perspective on it.
At what point would you allow yourself to enjoy the game without being so jaded that other people didn't have to suffer as much as you did? In fact, you didn't have to suffer. You just chose to suffer.
Exactly. He chose to suffer. And like the other thing too is like if you wanted those 10 pulls, man. I mean, there's another way to grind. You know, grind for money and then use that instead. You'll have a way better experience doing that.
The self-inflicted unhappiness. These types of gacha players have a...
Yeah, there's no offline grind or auto exploration. Here's the thing though, man. Here's the thing, right? Even with that type of stuff in there,
It's just the way the stuff is set up, man. Right, because like the thing is in ToF, you don't even need to do it outright at all. You don't even need to bother. Right, you go pull a new unit in ToF, you can use it immediately. Some cases, the content will automatically upgrade and scale it for you, so you can just play the fucking game. Which is, I know, a crazy concept. Right? We don't have to deal with the mint-picking bullshit from these other ones. We don't have to deal with the skill material bullshit. We don't have to deal with the weapon ascension materials if we don't want to. Because at this point, the only thing weapon ascension materials does in ToF for the past like 2 years is let you whack the cactus for more damage. For slightly more damage. Because outside of that, a lot of the content will automatically scale you up anyways. So it doesn't even matter. No, it's not the same. What I'm saying is you can literally pull the latest thing in ToF. So once the server comes back, you can pull for Carrot even at level 0 out of level 200. The actual damage Carrot does is the same at level 0 as it is at level 200. It's the same. The same modifiers. The only difference is your base stats is slightly different. Right? Between level 0 and level 200. Except in Joint Ops, Bygone, and Sequential Phantasm, everything is always set to max level. In Void Abyss, you get inflated stats from all the buffs anyways, that drastically outscales any stats you could ever have, so it doesn't even matter there. And in Raids, a lot of the damage in Raids is completely done through mechanics, on the newer ones, instead of through raw damage. So like your damage again doesn't matter there. Right? So you can straight up pull the thing and use it immediately. Literally the second after you pull. There is barely any difference. And the thing is, the better your gear is, the actual stat difference decreases drastically. But like, if that wasn't enough, you get resources while pulling anyways. Right? The order gifts literally just straight up gives you weapon upgrade materials. So you can upgrade them at least to like level 150. From just pulling. You'll have enough materials for that. So you don't even need to think about it that way. But then like you do your weeklies, you get even more upgrade materials from there. From the weekly reward thingies or whatever, or events. Right? You don't even like have to do like the actual other shit. You can also just do events and you get a bunch of the weapon upgrade materials there too. Instead of like actually going in to go farm weapon materials. Even though the weapon material thing is also a sweep. You spend 30 of the stamina, whatever, to sweep it. The vitality. Right? It's like 30 per sweep. Which you can also do. I don't do it because like I already have more than enough anyways. But like, yeah.
Severe case of free-to-play syndrome. Free-to-play syndrome is when you start believing that you're superior because you didn't spend money, because you beat the game with less resources than the other people. This type of elitism fuels tribalism and will only cause more negativity to be spread around the community. Free-to-play syndrome will make you start believing that only other free-to-plays will understand you, and any account that's above your low standard of what a free-to-play player can achieve is pointless to you. Both are E6. He will destroy any MOC no matter what. That's even more pointless. Lol. On the release of Honkai Star Rail, me and my friends all played during the first week. And let me just say, all of us wanted Scylla. We were all doing single pulls off cooldown. The second we hit 160 Stellar Jades, we were all free to play at this point, so we all had the same exact amount of resources. And I eventually hit pity and got my Scylla at 79 summons. One of us got her pretty early at 46 summons, but this other guy, he is always unlucky in the gacha games. He lost the 50-50 at 83 pity. But then he proceeded to go all the way up to hard pity, back up to 81. So this guy spent 50 pulls for his copy. I spent around 80 pulls for my copy, and this guy spent 160 pulls for his copy. The fact that gacha games even allow stuff like this to happen
Exactly. Also, this shit can happen too.
inherently removes any consistency in the power.
Yep, there's like no consistency there, and the free-to-play experience between different players is going to be drastically different depending on what goes on there.
Of free-to-play accounts. And the free-to-play experience, full of grinding and struggles people talk about, doesn't really follow a consistent standard anyways. My 100 free-to-play pulls from doing nothing and only collecting dailies can be a limited 5-star and their weapon. Your 120 pulls after 50 hours of grinding can end up being a Chi-Chi. Guys, let's stop putting a badge of honor on being free-to-play. The gacha system makes the free-to-play experience way too inconsistent to be able to slap a label on it. A free account.
Yep. The only other way you can have a free-to-play experience that isn't like this, that is consistent, is when you get literally everything given to you, including the paid shit, which is my Snowbreak accounts experience, when the developers literally just straight up give me everything. But that's not an actual relatable free-to-play experience. That is more closer to someone actually spending money, like I said before.
Account can be 2 times stronger than a spending account if they get luckier. And it happens all the time. It's great to be proud of your own achievements, but let's just enjoy the game together. You know, whether you spent $0 or spent $1,000. No need to go on like a big ego trip because you cleared MLC 1 turn faster or something. And I can assure you that people can understand some elements of the free-to-play experience without being directly free-to-play themselves. Despite all of this, I can definitely say that some...
Yeah, that would make them aware that if they do have the free-to-play syndrome and not play the game. Yeah. I mean, here's the thing, right? Do you count grinding as playing the game? Or do you count grinding as doing a fucking chore? For me, I don't count grinding as actually playing the game. Right? So, like, to me, the experience is just always going to be awful. If that's all I'm doing. Right? Where you walk into a reaction session. Either in Flux. But yeah. Yeah, I'm not a fan of it in a lot of cases, man. Yeah, pulling in ToF stuff is forgiving if you know what you're doing. Even then, when you're doing with that stuff, you always calculate around actually getting the stuff, right? But yeah.
Some of the coolest people I've met on the internet are from gacha games. So it's not all bad, you know, the world is healing. But the amount of money you guys are willing to spend on anime bitches is a little concerning sometimes. But no matter how much you end up wasting on anime bitches, I will be there. Will you? Thanks so much for watching. I appreciate you. Make sure you gamble responsibly. Okay, bye, 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 bye.
Alright, well, you know, we'll give that guy a like. Good video. He has another one here. Hoyo versus ruining Star Rail for free-to-play. Did we just add this in? I'll re-upload this entire segment as, like, an actual, like, video
later.
The
Castrus Global Passive. This video has nothing to do with it at all. In the past, Honkai Star Rail was relatively free-to-play friendly. Beating everything in the game didn't require that much investment, but as the game moved forward, the amount of investment you needed to beat the endgame kept getting higher and higher. But what exactly is causing this problem? Is it the power creep? Or maybe it's Hoyo's fault for forcing us to summon on the limited supports. Or maybe it's something else entirely. Let's talk about why it's not all...
I mean, like, if you have to summon for the thing in there just to do your endgame stuff, and the endgame rewards are shit anyways, why are you even doing it in the first place? Right? It's not worth it, man. Alright, let's say it takes you 160 pulls to get the thing you need to go do that thing. How much premium currency are you being drip-fed to do it? This shit is not worth it. It is not worth it at all. It is not worth it at all. But yeah, power creep does mean easier new experience if you pull the new unit. Right? It means easier catch-up time. That's one of the things though, at least. So it's not always that bad. There is some positives to it. If you want to look at it that way.
power creep. Yes, it's true, HP inflation does—
You use free to play, but use a farm bot. Problem solved. But the game is obsolete at that point. Yeah. Well, that's the thing, right? If your only content is farming chores all day long, what the fuck are you doing? Right? If that's all you're doing in there. Right? That's why I don't play a lot of these, because that's just what ends up happening anyways. You might have like 5 minutes of content for every like 500 hours of bullshit grinding. But that 5 minutes of content is not going to outweigh that. You know? Right? And it just messes up old players that already use free-to-play resources, yeah? It is what it is, man. It is what it is.
Does add to the problem, but enemies aren't the only things getting power crept. We get characters that are much stronger than the previous character all the time, and all free-to-play players can still pick them up. Pulling for a Sela costs the same amount as pulling for a Maide. In the past, a team like this could clear pretty comfortably. One limited 5-star and one standard 5-star. These days, with similar investment, Maide can still clear almost just as comfortably. But for how long will he be able to? The current MLC is completely tailored to Maide. But what about the next one? And then what about the one after that? Eventually, an E0S0 Maide...
Here's the thing though. It's not just Hoyo games that are torture to replay through. The vast majority of these gachas are horrible and torture to replay through. Let's be real. It's not just Hoyo. Don't just throw Hoyo under the bus. I'm throwing the entirety of the industry under the bus. Because the reality is, they all kind of fit there. To some extent. Some are far worse than others. But they're not great. Yeah, like adding more stuff for people to play with. It's just a new toy for them. It's great for them if they can get it. You're using the worst example. Sure. I don't even think it's the worst example. There might be something out there that's even worse than that. Right? There might be something out there that might be even worse. But yeah, no. Alright then.
Just won't cut it. In version 1, players could confidently pull only one copy of a limited 5-star and clear for a long time. But unfortunately, the goalpost has moved forward. The amount of investment needed for a DPS to stay relevant has significantly increased. But let's be honest, you and I, we both knew this already. We already know that we both had to pull premium supports for our DPS to even do damage. Your Acheron really isn't gonna do much without Xiao Chou. Your Fei Xiao isn't gonna really do much without Robin. The reason why you should be worried as a free-to-play player is because the amount of pulls you get per patch hasn't increased, but the investment required to get the same results has increased by a lot. This is a phenomenon I like to call the bowling alley dilemma, or alternatively, BAD for short. In version 1, you could go to the bowling alley, and if you hit a strike, you get 3 stars and an extra 60 stellar jades. And obviously, you want those stellar jades, so you...
I mean, it depends on the cost, man. If it costs me more to get the stellar jades that I'm putting in, I don't want them then. Right? Like, and that's my mindset with endgame modes to these games. Right? Like, if I have to put more in than I'm getting out, I'm not gonna bother. Fuck it. Not worth it. If that's what the reward is. Premium currency for me is always a terrible incentive and reward for these types of games. Because the reality is the cost in versus the output is so awful that my brain won't let me. You know, just like actual logical thinking will just be like, no, don't bother.
You walk down to bowling alley floor 12 and you get ready to clear this floor. As you're examining the floor, you realize that it's very ice tailored. But you have just the thing for this. Your Jingliu bowling ball. You're confident, you're ready, so you take your shot. Oh, let's go! 3 stars, baby! 3 stars! Man, that was really easy. It's all thanks to you. My Jinglu Ball. Me and you are gonna clear forever, aren't we?
No.
Alright, we're back. Let's see if we can still get 3 stars. Hey, excuse me, sir. Can I help you with something? You look confused. Yeah, so like, what happened to my lane? There's kind of like a hole. Yeah, no, that's normal, man. Don't worry about that. I don't think my Jinglu Ball is gonna clear this. Can I request another lane? Yeah, of course, sir. Let me take a look at your character roster real quick. Sir, it seems like you're gonna have to stay in that lane. Wait, but that guy has a Jinglu Ball as well, and he has a normal lane. Yeah, but sir, that's the premium Robin and Sunday lane. Wait, what? Can you explain that to me? It means you can only go to that lane if you pulled Sunday and Robin, man. So you're telling me that if I don't pull Sunday and Robin, I have to play the game with obstacles on my path?
Yeah, and like that's the thing, right? Okay, let's say it takes you 160 pulls to get them there. Let's say that's 2 characters of 160 pulls now. Fun math time, guys. Let's go. So 160 at 160 currency each. Right, and then we double that because you pulled for 2 characters. Now we're at what 51,200 premium currency. Now, okay, how many premium currency do you get for clearing the content? I don't know, I don't play HSR. But how much do you get back for clearing it? And this is the problem with endgame content and gotchas. They're fucking stupid if you're doing it for premium currency rewards. Once you start looking at it this way, you know, hopefully your brain, you know, there's something going on there telling you that, like, why the fuck am I doing this? And then you give up and don't bother. I mean, we didn't include the light cone thingies for them, their weapons or whatever they're called, right? I think they're called light cones, I don't know, I don't play this crap. So let's just say they pulled that too. And we're talking 1 copy of that. We'll just say that, we'll be nice. It's still terrible. Even if I only had to do pull for 160 twice, it's still this, you know? If I only had to pull for 160 for both of them, and I got the 50-50 one on both of them, that's still 25,600. How much premium currency am I getting for clearing that? It's not fucking worth it. Let's even be nice and say that you get 1,000 premium currency for that. We'll ignore the cost of the other units that he also probably is using too, and just say that. That's still 25 resets, 25.6 at least. So you can't have a 0.6 reset. In this case, let's say 27 resets. Let's say you get a reset every, what, 42 days or something? Right? So 365, divide that by 42 for 7-week patch cycle. That's 8.7 patch cycles a year. Okay? So you had to do 27, divide that by 8.7. That's 3 years and some change. That's more than 3 years to break even. Right? If that's why you're doing it, it's time to stop. Don't bother. Just give up. It's not worth it. If you have to pull to do that, you're doing it wrong. Exactly. They're creating problems to give you... No, they're not selling you the solution. They're selling you a band-aid. What they're doing is they're stabbing you and giving you a band-aid instead of taking you to the hospital to get treated. That's basically what's going on. And that's how I see it. Right? This is part of why I don't give a fuck about endgame content. In a lot of these games, if this is the reality. Right? Like, if this is what's the reality, why the fuck do I care anymore? Because it's not gonna be worth it. It's not gonna be worth my time. It's not gonna be worth my effort. Right? And if, like, I don't even care to pull the character because I don't like them or whatever. Right? And I would be like, oh, I have to pull it just so I can do this one thing. I'm gonna dislike it even more. especially with how much they cost. Which is why, like, I don't bother. Another one of the reasons why I don't bother.
Yep. Good luck, man. But just 2 versions ago, my Qinglu was the #1 ball. Well, isn't this kind of unfair? Yep. Good luck, man. I believe in you.
Nope, falls in.
Man, fuck this. Man, that guy was weird, wasn't he? You think he was free to play? He sounded really bro. Oh, hey, sir.
Hey, Pom Pom.
Oh my god, sir, I've already told you. Oh, wow, is that a new Lycon? Bitch. What? Pulling for a premium support in HSR has been recommended by everyone ever since Ron, May, and Robin came out. So by now, you and I both know that we really can't pull DPS without pulling supports. We pretty much have to pull units in pairs now. My Akron is E0S0 with no Jiaoqiu, so I'm fucked. But the most concerning thing for all free-to-play players right now is not the HP inflation or their reliance on limited supports. It's actually the new Remembrance path. Aglaia and Casters. These are our first Remembrance DPS. And what do they both have in common? That's right, they both got big boobs. They're both missing free-to-play Lycone options. In fact, the entire Remembrance path itself is lacking free-to-play Lycone options. Aglaia's—
Hey, it could be worse. You could be like Lula, where they have no free-to-play weapon options for anyone. Because all their free-to-play weapons are dog shit, from what I remember. So everyone was like, they were like, I remember them propping up like limited weapons when the game came out, or like the standard banner 5 stars, because of just how awful the free-to-play weapons are. I remember them being. I'm gonna assume it hasn't changed there either. Just create problems and sell solutions, or rather, stab the customer and then sell them the band-aid. Give them a disease and then sell them the cure. Make them sick and then sell them the drugs to treat them. That's the model here. That's the model here. Right? Create the problem and sell the solution. Right? Yeah, actually, Max Doom, the 5-star sorted well. Very future-proof. Sure, man. And then they power creep it with a better one later.
Lycone is very strong, and the only other option is the Battle Pass Lycone, which is obviously not free to play, and the 3-star Poo-Poo Lycone. She literally has no other options. The Gacha 4-star Remembrance Lycone is actually worse than the 3-star one somehow. So for Aglaia, you either invest 70 pulls for her Lycone, or you invest $50 for the Battle Pass one, which is still only 8% better than the 3-star option. This is a huge slap in the face to all free-to-play players. Not only will you need a premium support, you're also going to need a premium Lycone. And obviously, this problem is not going anywhere with Casters either. She will 100% really want her Lycone, probably even more than Aglaia. Caster scales off max HP, so you may as well give up on trying to run the 3.
It does only matter in the endgames modes. Exactly, and guess what? The rewards you get for them are so terrible. Right? If you can't do it, just give up and move on. It's not worth it. Right? It's just not worth it. Just the payout and the reward you get out of it is so awful that it does not matter. Yeah, free to play wants more, but if you're too busy spending them so that you can get more, except you're getting less than you're spending, you're doing something wrong. Again, this is why the way I look at endgame modes in the vast majority of these gachas is that they're fucking stupid. And like they're a waste of time. Because the reality is the people who actually can have a good time with them don't have any problems with them. Because they're already putting money in and they don't value the rewards anyways. Like if you're already whaling, you don't give a fuck. You already got the shit you need anyways. It doesn't matter to you anymore. And like that's the thing, man. Right? It's easy gems, but here's the thing. If you spent the money to go get the currency back, you're also not getting enough to compensate for that. So like, here's a nice little life hack for whales to get gems even more easily. Just buy more gems. That's even more efficient for their time. If all they valued was the gems, buying more is even more efficient to them than just doing it. Just get more. They already spent some, they like, why not just get more? Like, that's the thing. Just stream your whaling, yeah, true. Well, yeah, because then at least then it's a business expense so you can write it off in taxes. It doesn't mean it's free. It just means that when you're paying taxes, it's a big deduction. You can deduct how much you spend. Right? It's big brain in that sense. And yeah, you can legally do that.
Star Lycones. There's a sentiment going on that you should be running like Bailu Lycone or like an Abundance or Preservation Lycone, and it's only like 20% worse than their signature, but there's no way that that is supposed to be the intended free-to-play option. The last choice you can do is to buy the Battle Pass Lycone, but unless you buy it 5 times, you may as well spend that amount of money getting her signature. For my Quantum Only Challenge account, I'm probably going to be using a 3-star Lycone or one of the high HP ones for a long time, just like you guys are. And I know a lot of you guys don't...
It's like a mukbang, yeah.
Even have the resources to pull her and her Lycone. But some of you out there might be saying, bro, catch. Lycones are easier to pull than characters, so why is it a bigger deal than Hoyo forcing you to pull a limited support? A premium support like Tribi is flexible. You pull them once and they work in most of your teams. The investment you put into Tribi will trickle into the Herta teams. It'll trickle into Caster's teams, into Aglaya teams, into Yunli teams. So even though you do need to occasionally pull the limited supports, you're still pulling them on an occasion. On the other hand, requiring a limited Lycone for every character creates new problems. Instead of having to invest into one Tribi every few patches, you'll also have to invest into a signature Lycone every time you pull a DPS. So for Caster's teams, you're going to need Castress, her limited weapon, and probably Tribi as well. On average, that will take 244 pulls to achieve.
Yep.
This is not.
Okay, so he's talking about, again, 244 pulls. Alright, 244 pulls now, times 160 premium currency. We're at almost 40,000 premium currency here. Okay, you spend 40,000 almost, right? How much, again, let's assume you don't value the cost of the other characters using to clear the endgame content, and we'll be nice and say that every reset, you get 1,000 premium currency back. Let's just be nice. That's 39 resets. Right? How many years is that? We're like, what, 4 or 5 years now of resets. And we're ignoring the cost of every other character you're pulling for. And you're assuming that you're gonna use them for the next 4 to 5 years. COTC, what's that? What's that? I don't know what that is. But like, yeah. This is why, again, it's like, if I'm only doing it for the fucking premium currency, it's a waste of fucking time. The endgame modes.
Free-to-play friendly. DPS characters being reliant on their signature Lycone is not a new thing, definitely not. But it has never been this blatant and this harsh, at least to my knowledge. But you know, let's actually do some research together, right? Like, what are the guide makers saying about signature Lycones?
There is a very big misconception that Archon is pretty much like unplayable without a signature Lycone 1. This has already been disproven.
Oh, so Akron's Lycone is not needed. Okay, you know, that's kind of good because I was trying to save my pulls.
Her damage without her signature Lycone isn't terrible, but if you're looking for someone to compete with Jingnu or Dill for the strongest damage dealers, you will need her Lycone as things are.
Oh, never mind. It's mandatory.
Now, I spent most of my time using Acheron with the Good Night Sleep Well, and I can tell you that she still felt incredible.
Mandatory to skip is what I meant to say.
If you absolutely care about very fast clears, the S1 signature lets you do that more easily.
Skip the character if I don't have the Lycone. Oh, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yunli and Rappa have very limited alternatives to their signature, but at least they have alternatives
at all.
But again, like, I'm looking at it in a different perspective here, right? I'm not looking at it... Like, here's the thing, right? The way I look at this stuff, the content in these games, I'm not looking at it from the perspective of what do I need to clear it? But rather, is it even worth it to clear it? Right? And then the thing is, why am I even bothering to clear it? And that is my perspective. And when I look at just the reward incentive here, the cost you have to put in versus what you get out, why am I even doing it in the first place again? Right? That's why I'm like, endgame content doesn't matter if they're not going to actually make something around it. And the thing is, like, actual true endgame content, let's be real, gacha gamers can't actually handle that. Gacha gamers can't handle actual game content with actual mechanics. We saw that earlier when we were doing the raid in ToF earlier. We saw what was happening in the fucking ball raid. People can't even draw a fucking line. They can't destroy the objects that they're supposed to break. They can't freaking lure the boss, the clones of the boss, in a straight line to hit the boss. They don't even have to do damage. And it took like how many freaking runs until we got it clear? On like something that was purely mechanics. Right? Like, gacha gamers can't fucking handle it. They can't actually handle actual game.
This is truly the first time that a new character has 0 free-to-play options. In my opinion, the free Remembrance Herta Shop Lycone could have been a free-to-play option for casters, but that would reduce their sales, so obviously Hoyo is not going to do that. The idea of a new path like Remembrance is actually really cool. I love the concept of adding an entirely new set of characters whose mechanics are completely unique to the rest of the cast. Because I'm sure you guys also agree that one archetype can't stay on top for too long, or else it gets really stale, like Super Break. Super Break was on top for almost a year, and it felt like everything was centered around it for the longest time. So when Remembrance got announced, the idea of summons and memo sprites was actually really refreshing to me. But little did we know that it would come with a massive amount of problems for all free-to-play players. But no matter how bad the free-to-play player experience gets, I will be there. Will you? Thanks so much for watching. I appreciate you. Hopefully Pom Pom's okay.
Alright, there's that reaction to that one. I'll probably cut out the second video reaction from him and just only keep the first one when I re-upload it as a video, honestly. Because this one is a lot more hyper-specific on the thing. Right. But yeah. Oh, we already saw the thing about Limbus Company, the video. I think we saw that a while ago. Oh, what else is here that was sent? You guys want to see about the Genshin strike? The Genshin and the voice actor strike? You guys want to see that? We can go look at that one. Why not?
So, we've lost our shared humanity over a f***ing gacha game.
Alright.
Okay guys, it's time we had a talk about Genshin, Hoyo, and the strike because man, it sucks out there right now. And before I start, I do want to say a big thank you to everyone who I consulted with while I was writing this script, okay? I talked with union members, I talked with non-union members, talent and fans, etc. My goal here is twofold. Educate and de-escalate. So a big thank you to all the people that helped me get grounded and get the facts before getting started. If you haven't seen my original video where I explain the strike itself, I'm gonna go over a little bit of it again here, but you might want to check that out first before diving into the incredible amount of nuance that I'm about to do in this video.
Alright,
first, this video is designed, and I want you to pay attention here, to outline facts. And in any case, where I absolutely have to inject my opinion, I've done my best to make it clear that I'm doing so. It's not here to render judgment on studios or casting directors, Hoyo, the fandom, actors, nobody. The reason I'm making this is because I've gotten so many questions, and internet situation is so weird every day from well-meaning individuals in the community asking for updates on the SAG-AFTRA strike and recasts, etc. Stuff that most actors really don't have any insight on, right? We're just actors. We don't know what Hoyo is thinking, etc., etc. But given that nearly every social media platform has become a powder keg, I'm getting a little tired of seeing our shared humanity deteriorate over a gacha game.
I don't know.
The social phenomenon that is
AI
Genshin
crap,
Impact
maybe?
and its follow-on Hoyo games have changed the voice acting industry and fandom in many ways. It's very, very unique. Some ways that I don't think are that great. This is my attempt to bring us back to reality with some facts. If you're looking for more toxicity or someone like spilling the tea, you are absolutely in the wrong place on this video. The other thing that I want to say is that I don't speak for any individual other than myself, even though I did a lot of research and talking with a lot of people to come up with the script for this video. The things I'm presenting here are what I believe to be true based on years of working in this industry, conversations with other actors, agents, directors, studios, etc., etc. I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a negotiator, or anyone who has the power to go out and affect change, okay? I'm someone trying to spread understanding in my role as a teacher and an actor in a world full of viral social media posts that are both untrue and inflammatory. And that's what we need now. We need shared understanding, okay? This is
I don't know what's going on.
First, let's briefly recap the SAG-AFTRA video game strike. The Actors Union is currently on strike, which means its members are not allowed to work for video games only, for a select group of production companies in the effort of bringing formal protections into our contracts regarding our voices being used for the purposes of AI. This means that
AI, there you
who are
go.
a member of the union, SAG-AFTRA, are not allowed to work on those certain struck games from those certain struck companies. I'll say it again. The strike is for specific union games, for specific union signatories, for actors that are a member of the union. Games that are non-union, meaning that their companies are not signed to union contracts, are by definition not struck. In addition to that, games that started production before the strike are also not struck. It's a very confusing atmosphere, I know. But I can relieve that confusion for Genshin fans specifically by saying this. Do you know what company isn't in that select group of production companies being struck? Hoyo. I cannot emphasize enough that MiHoYo properties are not and never have been union games. Therefore, Genshin has never been a struck property. There are 0 union rules governing Genshin or any MiHoYo game, period. End of story as of this date. This is not a debate. This means, and I want you to listen very carefully here, if the SAG-AFTRA strike ended tomorrow, this would mean absolutely nothing for Hoyo Games and its actors. If suddenly WB and Formosa, Keywords, all the rest threw a ticker tape parade and said, we agree to all the actors' demands, yay! Nothing would change for Genshin or Star Rail or Triple Z or any other non-union game. So point number 1, please stop talking about Genshin like it has anything to do with the SAG-AFTRA strike. Genshin is not a union game. The actors working on it are not working under a union contract, period. Put a pin in that, okay? Because we're going to come back to the idea of union and non-union actors in a minute, now that we've sort of covered union and non-union games. Okay, so why the hell aren't actors going in to record lines for Genshin if it's not struck? When the strike happened, many Genshin actors got together in various disparate channels and decided that now would be a good time to try to engage with Hoyo and encourage them to take some action. Actors could use the momentum, the social momentum of the SAG-AFTRA strike to include Hoyo properties in the conversation. Again though, it's not a strike, and it has nothing to do with the union. Since
it's literally them just baiting now. They're actually just straight up baiting.
This is not a strike. I'm not gonna call it a strike. From here on, I'm going to call it a collective work refusal.
Yeah, they're okay, it's a collective work refusal, sure.
Because it's not governed by any one body like SAG-AFTRA. There is no one result desired like a collective bargaining agreement, and there is no penalty for not participating, unlike the SAG-AFTRA strike. If you are a union member and you cross the line and record games you're not supposed to, you can be penalized. In a non-union environment, that doesn't exist. So, what did Genshin actors want? This is where some of the confusion kind of begins. The goal wasn't really totally clear. Some actors wanted them to sign a union agreement and flip union, become a union game. You might have heard this called an interim agreement, which just has to do with a agreement that's going on during a strike, or a full union contract. There's some nuance of difference here. Because Genshin's an ongoing game, they're essentially the same thing. Others wanted them to just add AI protections into their non-union contract. Something like the Nova Rider, okay? Which is something that any actor can attach to any contract to legally protect themselves against AI exploitation. And some actors, understandably, didn't really know what to think about the whole thing, but they were motivated by the social side, solidarity, social obligation, community feeling, and they also refused to work. This is part of the problem of non-union games, or non-union anything, actually. Since there's no actual collective bargaining agreement governed by any union, it becomes difficult for a group of people to take a collective action. In social psychology, you call this a collective action problem. It's very complicated. So anytime a group of non-union actors tries to get together to achieve any result, it's hard. It's hard for us to communicate. It's hard for us to bargain. Since there are no rules in place, any actor is free to just disregard that collective effort at any time with no penalty. Unlike, again, an actual strike where you can get fined or kicked out of the union for strike breaking. So, as a result, some actors simply kept working. Some actors stopped working and then went back to work after only a few weeks of refusing to come in. Some actors stuck it out and haven't been recast. Some actors stuck it out and have been recast. Ultimately, the decision to work or not to work has become a very individual and not a collective decision. So you can see how the waters are already very muddy here.
It's literally just them being crazy.
In January 2025, a new California law, AB 2602, was put into effect. It says that unless there is very specific wording in a contract telling an actor that a digital replica, an AI clone, will be created of them, then it is illegal to do so. That actor must also be professionally represented and not an independent agent. Or the company may not create a digital replica of their work even if they put it in the contract. So an uneducated actor without an agent can't just accidentally stumble into a contract that steals their voice. Since, to my knowledge, no Hoyo contract specifically says they will make a digital replica using an actor's data, they are therefore, by AB 2602, specifically prohibited from doing so. Therefore, any California actor is now protected from having a digital replica made by Hoyo. This means that the barrier for returning to work for many California actors has been achieved. There's more. This law, AB 2602, only prevents a company from a one-to-one digital replica. So Hoyo can't take my voice without my permission.
Doing everything except making money.
But it doesn't prevent them from using my voice to train models or blending my voice with another person's to create a new and unique voice. This is kind of like a weird, unclear loophole part of the law. I'm actually fairly confident will get clarified over time, but you also have to remember that the whole world is kind of in a legal flail right now, trying to catch up to the technology. As an aside, right, the Nova Rider and presumably the union contract would have that added layer of protection about training and blending. But we're not totally sure right now on the union contract side because that hasn't been agreed on yet, hence the continued strike. So we don't know what that final contract will contain. Genshin being under a union contract would also award the actors the added intended benefit of having the SAG-AFTRA legal team behind them. If Hoyo or any company decides to disregard the contract and make replicas anyway, it would be up to the individual actor to sue them in a non-union contract. A complicated, expensive thing to do for a single individual, to the point of, honestly, like near impossibility. I'm not gonna go toe-to-toe with Hoyo using my own legal team, which I don't have. But it's much easier for a union with 160,000 members in it to do so on an actor's behalf. Now, the historical effectiveness of SAG-AFTRA's legal team could be called into question here as to whether or not they would do the job or do a good job. But I'm trying to outline
they would do it or do a good job.
A union contract would afford an actor the protection if Hoyo or any other game company broke that contract. So, the non-union world has protection via the California law, yes, but not full protection. And if violated, it will be very difficult for a non-union actor to prosecute a billion-dollar company on their own. Are you seeing how difficult this situation is yet? How unclear it is for even the people involved? Now, could Hoyo make this situation completely vanish by simply signing a union contract? Yes, they absolutely could. It's a good argument to make. It seems like a flawless argument to make, actually. If you have limited understanding of how union contracts work and what the implications are for the company, financially, legally, procedurally. There's more to this than just pencil whipping a contract, okay? Negotiations take time and patience, and the bigger the company, the longer they take. When you're trying to kind of shoehorn a gigantic foreign company into a discussion about United States labor law, things can get confusing really fast. But it is important to say that yes, Hoyo could absolutely make all this go away by just signing a union contract. Talks to that effect have been going on for a long time, with ups and downs and starts and stops, but I can't speak to them as to whether or why not Hoyo is going to do it. We can argue all day whether or not that would be the right thing to do, right? Or whether or not a corporation has like moral obligation or even a moral sense of duty. That's not this video. But one thing we can't argue about is that it would definitively bring back every single actor that is collectively refusing to work on Hoyo properties right now. It would bring them back instantaneously. While I've said that these things are complicated, and they are, we also have to zoom out and acknowledge the elephant in the room here, okay? Hoyo is not a scrappy indie dev trying to count pennies to make it by. This is a multi-billion-dollar company operating on a global scale. If anyone has the resources, legal muscle, and the infrastructure to navigate a union contract, it's them. I said I would avoid speculation in this video, so I won't start throwing around ideas as to why Hoyo hasn't done this yet, other than what I've already said. But I do want to emphasize that this action is absolutely well within their power. Other companies like them in China have signed union agreements in the past. So yes, the paperwork is real, the finances are real, the international complications are real, but let's be honest, resource constraints are not the barrier here. And that's part of what's made this situation so frustrating for so many people. The perception, maybe the reality, I'm not sure, that Hoyo could fix this with just a single signature on a union contract and just hasn't done it, right? That's what's frustrating people. Had Hoyo gone union a year ago, many of the actors working on it would have qualified for their health insurance on Genshin alone. A huge, huge benefit for actors. Yes, big corporations take a long
of course they always have the upper hand. They got more money to throw around.
Time to make these sort of large decisions.
Just throw more money around at the problem.
Long? I can't answer that, and neither can people on Twitter. But let's talk about
Twitter can't answer it.
To go union and how it affects more than just Hoyo. Let's spin it around and talk about the actors and try my best to cover all the possibilities here. What happens to actors, both union and non-union, if they do sign an agreement with the union? Contrary to many misinformed Twitter rants, that does not mean that all the non-union actors on the game would get replaced. That's a wildly ignorant claim, and one that's very harmful to progress to spread.
I mean, at some point, if there were... Here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. If they're using that much energy, and they need to power it somehow, and maybe they want to make an AI farm, yeah, making a nuclear power plant to go produce power for them might not be the worst idea after all. Here's the thing, right? Hoyo aside, right? There are companies out there, like, we're talking like Amazon, Microsoft, Google, and stuff like that, Facebook as well, that are also looking into doing that shit for their own data centers. If not, they already have something like that in place. And it's part of the plan to build their next data center. They're already thinking about that too. So like, you know, for a company that maybe, oh yeah, we'll probably look into it for AI stuff, whatever, because the stuff is really resource intensive still, right? It's not too surprising that they might be thinking of doing that as well, if that's what they want, right? Because they're definitely not putting the money in their own other products. So why not put it elsewhere?
The real answer
right? Like, how much does, like, how much power does the 5090 draw again? Oh yeah, it's at least 600 watts plus. Right, for a 5090. Or the workstation equivalent professional card that's like $10,000 plus. It's probably a lot more than $10,000. But that equivalent of the 5090 with the actual bigger version of that chip that's in the 5090 and 96 gigs of RAM. Right? That's also like 600 watts power draw for each of them. And they're gonna combine a bunch of them anyways in server farms. Because again, with like AI to work with larger data sets, you need a lot more memory. And they can just combine them together across multiple cards and multiple server racks. Because that's actually what happens in data centers running the AI models. That's what they're actually doing.
As you might expect at this point, if you've been paying any attention at all, it depends. It actually has to do with the actor's individual situation, as well as where they live, bizarrely enough. Let me clarify. If the actor lives in a right-to-work state, such as Texas, then nothing happens at all. Right-to-work laws within states specifically prevent a union from stopping people from working if they're not a member of the union. They can continue working on Genshin forever. If the actor does not live in a right-to-work state, now we're getting murky. You might have heard the term Taft-Hartley thrown around, and I advise you really just don't look too deep into this because it's confusing. It's a piece of labor law that actually has nothing to do with SAG-AFTRA. It was written in 1947 and designed as a path to both protect people from being forced to join unions, but also offer them more flexible ways to join if they want to. For our purposes, bringing it back to us, consider a Taft-Hartley like a temporary 60-day union pass to allow someone who is non-union to work on a union job. After that, they're considered a must join, at which point, like the status implies, they must join the union or stop working union jobs. I'll break here for a second and tell you that it is significantly more complicated than that. There are caveats as to when the Taft-Hartley triggers, for example. It's also possible to negotiate an individual waiver with the union and say, look, I'm only ever going to work this one union job.
This guy
Please
seems
don't
familiar.
make me join. I won't do anything else. And they can say yes. There's flexibility here. These, however, are edge cases that are just beyond the scope of this video. This would be a 5-hour video. In the simplest sense, you can do on a Taft-Hartley a very limited amount of union work as a non-union member before you have to join. And that sort of makes perfect sense if you think about it. The union offers actual tangible benefits, even for a single contract. Reaping those benefits without being a union member and paying your dues is like extending your Netflix free trial indefinitely. At some point, you gotta pay for what you're using. But being able to join the union for some actors can be a really good thing. Getting into the union is a stepping stone in many actors' careers, and it can actually be difficult to qualify for the union because, bizarrely, the only way into the union is if you get Taft-Hartley first and then join. Oh, simple. No, it's not. I don't want to delve too far into union membership here, but it is important to understand and consider why an actor might not want to join the union. The entry fee itself can be steep, depending on where you live. Mine was nearly $4,000
$4,000,
10 years ago. So that talent would have to know for certain that we're going to get at least 5 sessions out of Genshin to make up for that loss. That's about how much money you'd make in 5 union.
So you need to do it like 5 recording sessions to make up for your union due.
Video game sessions, depending on the tier that you're in. Again, complicated. Or that actor would have to feel confident enough that they could book other union work to help them bring that number, that entry fee number, back to 0. You do get pension and health benefits, okay? But you only qualify for health benefits if you earn a certain income of union work, around $30,000 a year. You would need to do 30 Genshin sessions to make that, probably more like 35, which makes healthcare sort of a moot point for Genshin actors, unless, again, you're confident you're going to get other union work. You can also break up that entrance fee into a payment plan. So it's not like you can just get like a $4,000 bill, but it's still $4,000 you might not want to spend. Here's another big one that's become a very hot button issue in the last 8 months. Joining the union also technically prohibits an actor from doing any non-union work, which statistically comprises nearly 80% of all voiceover work available. We call this rule Global Rule 1, so you might have heard that terminology before. When you're union, you cannot work non-union jobs, period. Yikes. So now I'm gonna start dividing the room here in this video. I'm gonna piss some people off because even if you're a little bit of a detective, you have to be asking this question so far. If you're in the union and you're in Genshin, are you breaking the rules? The answer is, you guessed it, you've been paying attention, it depends.
It depends,
yes, probably, you are breaking the rules. The it depends part is a caveat in union membership called the financial core, or FI core status, which is a complicated legal caveat I don't want to get into here. But if you are FI core, you can legally work non-union jobs as a union member without being penalized. You do lose some surrogate benefits, like the ability to vote in union elections, be on any board or committee in the union, attend union functions, go to union classes, etc. But you do retain health and pension benefits. I say this here because I get that question a lot, specifically about health and pension. There used to be a large social stigma associated with being FI core. For example, the SAG-AFTRA official website still calls them scabs. It's a little strange. But as the landscape has changed over the last 20 years, particularly in voice acting, it's not quite the reality anymore. Again, 80% of the work out there for voice actors is non-union. However, if you're a full union member and you work a non-union job and someone reports you and the union decides to take action, you could get in trouble for breaking Global Rule 1. You could get fined, or you could get kicked out of the union, or you could just get a nasty letter in the mail. It kind of depends. So for a Genshin actor, to avoid that, you could theoretically join the union if you're a must-join after working for over 60 days on a Taft-Hartley, and then immediately go FI core. You're never actually forced into being a full member of the union. You do, in fact, have options. But the landscape is complicated. The truth of it is, though, that many union actors do take that calculated risk without going FI core, because they need to work to live. And again, 80% of the work for voice actors is non-union. There are droves of union actors on the Genshin, Triple Z, and Star Rail cast, and many other incredibly popular games that are doing this. Union voice actors, now on-camera actors has a little bit of a different culture that makes zero sense for me to go into here. Union voice actors work non-union jobs fairly often. We also call this working off the card, and historically have not gotten in trouble for it. I have several ideas about why, but again, I'm really trying hard to stick to facts and not speculation here. This isn't something you could definitively, deduce. But during a video game strike, the union might take the opportunity to send a message to a bunch of union actors working off card on really popular non-union games to make a point. And that brings me to the real tricky part, the social side of things. Rules and regulations are one
social
thing,
side.
but industry perceptions and relationships are something completely different. I want you to understand that I'm not getting to this here because this is not measurable. It is a feeling. It is actually part of the problem in a lot of ways. So when we start asking questions like, well, why doesn't everyone just go FI core? Or are people being blacklisted for working on non-union games during the strike? These really deal with non-measurable social feelings that can be very powerful, yes, but fall outside the bounds of what I'm trying to do here with this video, which is give as much factual clarity as I can. There are absolutely subjective social effects for doing things like being FI core, working off the card, not participating in a collective work refusal like what's going on with Genshin right now. There are also subjective social effects for doing things like reporting other actors who are breaking Global Rule 1, which some see as snitching, or getting involved in online arguments that explode in publicity firestorms. But since I can't define those, I really don't feel like they have a place in this video. Anyone who says they have the facts on social repercussions during a time like this is certainly definitively incorrect, because there is no such thing. But I bring it up here to let you know that actors, and I say actors here specifically because it's hard to define like a company's social influence. Actors are being influenced in their individual decisions by these social factors as well, which are very undefinable. These are questions like, if I work on Genshin during the strike, even though I'm FI core and it's totally legal, will other actors shame me? Or, if I refuse to work and then get recast, what happens to my career? Genshin is my only big project right now, and I'm not confident in my ability to get more work. Actors have to deal with the rumor mill just like anyone else, and it unfortunately plays a part, sometimes a large part, in everything we do. When we also run the risk of things like death threats and harassment online, it makes it even more difficult for us to make clear decisions, speak our minds, or even engage in intelligent, curious discourse with our peers or fans. I can't tell you how many of my colleagues talk about this issue behind closed doors, and only behind closed doors, because out in the open, it is just a toxic mess right now. So even if you think you understand what I've said so far about contracts and union membership and the strike, California law, and all of that, there's still the very unmeasurable and very powerful social element to consider. All of the above goes into the single decision of an actor to work or not work on not just Genshin, but many, many projects. I hope you're understanding how complicated this situation is. We're dealing with laws.
I updated
in
the
multiple
launcher
states,
for
multiple
ToF.
countries. We're dealing with
And then
the
like it
union.
opened.
We're dealing with non-union independent contracts. We're dealing with
I'm
fragmented
like, what?
AI protections, some of which are full, some of which
The
are not.
server is
And
still
worst
down,
of all,
though.
we're dealing with an insanely popular game with a very
Right.
enthusiastic base of both actors and fans who are consistently, but not necessarily intentionally, injecting misinformation into this massive,
Yeah, the
depressing,
server's still down.
toxic gristmill that we call social media. Protected by the anonymity of a profile pic of a cucumber with sunglasses or whatever, people then feel free to take small nuggets of truth.
No, I didn't
wrap
put
them
it
in a
up,
giant
no.
cocoon of
I just
opinion,
like
then
updated
set
it
them
on
fire and toss them
Steam,
around with a lot
and then it
of
like
vitriolic language
opened it
because it gets
because of the
clicks,
update.
and we're all more concerned with dunking on each other than learning about each other. You know, in some ways, this is a very human reaction. We don't want to operate in a gray area. We want things to be simple and clean. We want good guys and bad guys. Will Hoyo go union? Will they add additional AI protections into non-union contracts instead?
Yeah, it'll go
Will they
up in like
simply
2 hours,
recast
exactly.
everyone who's refusing to come in? I don't know. I'm not part of these conversations. And to be very frank, almost everyone who I talk to who said they definitely know about those conversations going on have given me conflicting information, which means that again, lots of people are saying they know, when in fact, they don't. And again, if the people on the front lines in this industry don't have all the information, Reddit probably doesn't either. What we do know is that nothing has changed for Hoyo contractually yet. And they have, in fact, recast actors who have refused to come in. They waited a while with their character silent before doing that. What they're waiting for, I'm not totally sure. We do know that Chinese companies tend to not bend to the will of the masses. They don't respond well to mob rule on social media.
They
We
don't.
also know that other large Chinese developers have signed union contracts with no problem. Should they protect their actors from AI exploitation? Yes, absolutely. No one will argue that. It's a difficult claim to make that actors shouldn't have agency over their likeness. But will Hoyo do it without some sort of intervention law, like California AB 2602, to do it for them? I'm not sure. Will a collective work refusal push them to do it? Evidence right now is not saying so, no, but that could change. I'm not sure. I don't have a crystal ball on this. Will Hoyo fill those roles that it's recasting? We're seeing now that they likely will. They have in the past. They may continue to do so in the future. So actors need to decide individually what they're going to do with all of this data. As you can
Girl
see,
side
it's
just to
not
be
easy.
better.
I'm trying very hard here not to comment on specific subsets of this issue about
Why
what's
would they?
going
They
on
don't even
literally
have-
right now with individuals.
Here's the thing, right? They hire like what, the British actors, which aren't part of the union anyways. So like, does it apply? They have their Pepega British
because the
actors
semantic
instead.
argument really helps nobody at this point. But I will say this: if you're finding yourself on an extreme side of this issue, one way or another, it's probably time to admit to yourself that it's because you don't have all the information. Because once you do have all the information, it's very hard to play this as black and white as social media wants us to play. If I've done nothing else in this video, what I hope I've done is show you just how confusing this landscape is and how collective action problems can be very difficult to solve. Even when a collective bargaining organization is involved, like the union, you can see that since we're still 8 months into this strike,
I feel like just all of their voice actors are terrible. You either have Yang Yang's voice putting you to sleep, or like they're just reading lines. They're not even acting. Bua doesn't have voice actors, they have line readers. They ain't voice acting, they're just reading their lines. I don't know how much of it is at the fault of the actual voice actor or the voice director. Or maybe it's both. But like, yeah.
and we've had so many strikes over the last 10 years, it's still extremely difficult to solve this kind of problem. So, when you take a collective bargaining official
they have a lot of
organization out of the
strikes. They
equation
should go
in the
play
non-union
bowling. Go
world,
pro
and then make it
bowling.
up to a bunch of individual actors from wildly different walks
Get a
of
full
life,
game of
economic
strikes.
statuses, and personal opinions to try to chart a collective path forward. It gets even worse. So when you see individuals
Like, the best they can do is fake another accent. But while they're faking another accent, it's still extremely monotone because they're not even acting.
They're just faking another accent. It is like super scuffed. Like, what the fuck?
Individual people making individual decisions, remember that they're individuals. No one is the villain in their own story. You might be the villain in somebody else's. With the exception of my several rants about the danger of social media toxicity and mob rule in this video, something I feel very passionate about on the side, I also hope I achieved my objective of teaching instead of influencing, okay? I'm not looking for you to take action. I'm looking for you to understand and think for yourself. My goal here was to break down the many complicated facts of the current strike, how Genshin and Hoyo are involved, how actors make decisions and talk to each other, bargain, build a career in a field that's very difficult to navigate, to grow in, and succeed in. It is my sincere hope that this video will move the global conversation forward toward a productive resolution that respects not just human performers, but human beings. As I wrap this up, I imagine that many of you are feeling a little hollow. You might have come here looking for the right answer, and I've just spent a fair amount of time telling you that there might not be one. I'm not here to give you a best path forward. Other than that, I know that the toxic online discourse needs to stop immediately, and we need to spend a lot more time listening than talking. But on the bright side, this nebulous area is where we tend to thrive and make great progress as a society. We excel at taking imperfect circumstances and making the best of them, but only if we communicate, get educated, and engage each other with respect and understanding. Thank you for taking the time to get educated. Thank you for your passion, your creativity, your enthusiasm, your art. Thank you for listening. Go be kind to each other.
Yeah, the hollow feeling after listening to the whole video, yeah. Like, it's cool and all, how he went over those details, but like, man. It's their problem, not mine. But yeah. Toxic English VAs here. To enforce Genshin Strike, that was a complete lie, yeah. Still working on the thing during the strike, temporarily changing their voice actors on who participated in the thing there. Okay. I don't know, man. Here's the thing though. As terrible as the voice acting is, there is a convenience in not having to read the thing and being able to watch the thing in your own native language. That said, it'd be a lot better if they actually acted when they were doing voice acting and not just reading lines. But also, the problem is with a lot of these gotchas, especially, the actual dialogue in the script is just atrocious. So like, even if you go all the way down the ladder to the bottom rung, or whatever, before it gets, no, bottom rung, even if you go all the way up to the top, or whatever, I guess you can look at it, so before it even gets to the person doing the voice acting, the problem starts there. But I guess looking at it from bottom up is also another way to look at it. Like, the foundation itself is just shit. So like, they have to build on top of it. And it only gets worse the further you go up. Right? So if the actual story, like the writing of the story, the script there, is terrible, the translation is usually gonna get worse depending on how faithful the translation is, right? And then you get into the problem of the voice director and how they're gonna interpret it and give instructions to then have the voice actors receive the instructions and then give their performance while they record, right? And then you have someone who's doing the editing for all of that, deal with that part too at the end. Right? So like that's the thing, right? Yeah, if you ever played Broken Telephone as a kid or whatever in school or whatever, right? Where you're trying to like send a message across, but the way you have to do it is you have to tell someone else, and they have to tell the next person the chain, and then they have to tell the next person the chain, until it goes all the way into the final person. How often does the initial message completely change by the time it gets to the last person because of any of these extra issues that'll creep up in between? Right? Because like this is just the reality of what ends up happening when you're translating something from one language to another. You add more points of failure at every step of the way. And if someone fucks up at the bottom, everyone else on top of them is going to fuck up the same thing. Plus, they can fuck it up even more. And that's why that's part of how we get to these really terrible dubs. That's part of how we get there. Not the whole story, but it's part of how. But yeah, like, it still needs good writing. The problem is the writing is shit. You ever try to actually just read through all the dialogue in them? Yeah, that stuff is also quite painful. Right? So it's like, it's not entirely on them either. This is what I say. It's what I'll have to say. But yeah, like ToF servers, obviously, they're still down for like another an hour and a half. Right, I think we'll just end it here and I'll get some sleep. We'll go look at the patch anyways as soon as it comes up later. Right, we'll look at it later anyways. It's not like there's all that much other than looking at if they change Carrot or not. Depending on what happens, I might make a video for Carrot, like another like breakdown video for Carrot, and do things that way. But yeah, you don't think though having them voice acted numbs the brain instead of reading the trash writing? Yeah, I guess. I mean, it depends, man. Right? There is still, like, here's the thing, right? If they read it to you and like they're actually acting, it does add an extra layer of immersion if they do a good job acting. Because now it's like, instead of it just being pieces of dialogue that you're looking at the screen, there's a voice behind it. And then they're giving their performance or whatever. And then like, assuming they actually do their job properly, they're also acting out their role. Right? Reading out loud on stream is a skill. Yeah, I guess. Exactly, like if they're gonna have to put the extra effort into acting, yeah. That is a skill. Right? The thing is though, in recording booths, they don't need to necessarily be loud. Like again, there are ways that you can adjust the volume or use specific types of equipment to get quieter voices. And use those. And like, depending on the type of character, you would probably potentially want them to be quieter or louder to better suit the type of character that they're playing. Right? Like, if you're gonna have like someone that's like really quiet as like their whole character thing, and they don't speak much, or when they do it's like harder to hear them, it's not that like it's difficult to record them in like a recording booth, right? But like also, there is a benefit to have them acting that way if that's the character they're portraying. But then if they have like a very loud and energetic character, right, you're gonna want them to portray them that way as well. The thing is though, like with a lot of these microphones and stuff like that, and like in these mixers, you can record the input audio and have it adjusted to match like the same volume across the board. Usually, the type of equipment that we're using to like mix the audio in that sense, they usually call it a compressor or something. But like, yeah, you can make loud noises. You can have the volume of that when you're recording get brought down, and you can have the exact opposite too, where you can have quieter voices be brought up. Right? You know, in some cases, especially with loud voices, bringing that down you can have a bit extra distortion there because you're peaking the microphone input. But like, yeah. That stuff can work. And they probably are already doing it. There's no reason they wouldn't be. But yeah. So like I said before though, I think we'll just end it here. I updated my ToF client, so I should be good to go later. Anyways, when we go look at it later in the later on the 8th or whatever. Right, because it's like 4:30 a.m. here almost. I'm just gonna go get some sleep anyways. We've been live for like 5 hours and a bit. We got through some of the reacts. There's still a lot more to go through. But yeah. Right, like, there's no reason to like rush everything immediately anyways. Yeah, 2 hours, can't sleep waiting for ToF. Fair enough. If you want to wait, you can wait, right? It's not like it's gonna go anywhere. I'll go just look at, we'll go look at it like later tonight. Right? I'm gonna go get some sleep. I'll see you guys next time though. Alright then. See you guys. See ya.